Appeals meeting, Town of Carmel. Board members' names are in front of you on the podium. Check, check. Town Code Enforcement Officer Mike Carnazza and Greg Fulchetti, Town Council. The way we operate is we'll hear the cases. Whoever comes up to speak, I'm gonna swear you in unless you're a counsel or lawyer. We'll hear your case, and then we'll ask questions or concerns, then I'll open it up to the public. Once a case is closed, there's no further input from the public at that point, so please keep that in mind. I'm going to ask everyone to keep their cell phones on silence, please. If you do get a call, please go out in the hallway. And everyone join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, our first case tonight is Viskovich. This was a holdover from last month for variation of Section 15615, seeking permission to construct docks, decks, and shed. Properties located at South Lake Boulevard, adjacent to 801 South Lake Boulevard, Mahopac, New York, tax map 7542-1-69. I'm going to remind everyone to speak into the microphone as clear and distinct as possible, and if you're going to present, that microphone right here is removable. And just make sure if you have any visual presentations, make sure they're in camera view as well. Yes, and if anyone's going to speak for the public, just when you come up, sign your name and address on the sign-in sheet on the podium as well. All right? Gentlemen, both going to be speaking? You're in counsel?
Yes. Good evening.
Okay, Joel, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody.
State your name and address for the record.
Yes, good
Sorry.
evening. My name is Rick Cowell, the law officer Rick Cowell. I'm an attorney and I represent Mr. Viskovich. My office is located 18 Fair Street in Carmel. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear us. Mr. Viskovich has owned this property for quite some time. As you know, he's seeking a variance for a number of issues, including undersized lot and the setbacks and the parking and so forth. One of the problems on that lake is at this point there's too many people for not enough land. These zoning laws were put into place at a time when obviously there was more space. Mr. Viskovich is not asking for anything that other owners of similar properties don't have. And that's one of the problems, that there are many undersized lots, as you know, that are there's no parking available, and they have been approved for variances, and they've been using them as Mr. Viskovich wants to enjoy his property. To speak about more of the details of the architectural drawings and so forth is Joel Greenberg, and he can probably get into more details. Thank you.
Okay, Joel?
Good evening. Okay. As we discussed at the last meeting, and for the board members who were not here, the 4 variances that we're requesting have absolutely nothing to do with the project or the proposals that Mr. Viskovich is proposing for the property. Those are being reviewed by the planning board, and if this board approves the variances, we'll go back to the planning board. The variants are strictly to do with the, as Mr. Cowell said, with the size of the lot. As you know, and I've been before this board for many of the lots along the lake. In fact, the last one I was before was actually half the size of this. It was only 200 square feet. And of course, the requirements for these lots along the lake are pretty severe based on the size of the various lots along the lake. So what we're asking for is basically the lot frontage, lot depth, the area, and the parking spaces. Again, nothing to do with the improvements that we're proposing. It's strictly to do with the property itself. Obviously, there's no property on either side because both left and right of us are already developed. Again, as far as the one-car parking that we need, but it's required by the code. Again, most of these lots, or many of these lots, do not have any parking, and the variances have been granted for that particular situation. But just to make this case a little bit more clear, I'd just like to quickly go over the criteria for the area variance. Will it produce?
Just turn the microphone down to you.
This way?
Yeah,
Is
thanks.
that better? Okay. Okay, the first criteria is whether there'll be an undesirable change in the neighborhood. As you drive along that section of Route 6N, you'll find that every lot, which, again, most of them do not have the required frontage, they're all developed, and we're not asking for anything more than anyone else is asking for. So there will not be any undesirable change in the neighborhood. Can these variances be achieved by any other method? Again, left and right is already improved, so there's no area or way to get in any additional property to make that a conforming lot. Is it substantial? Again, yes, you may consider it substantial, but again, if you go look at all the lots along the lake, you'll find that most of them have been granted these variances, some even more so because they're even smaller than this particular lot. Will it have any adverse effect physically or environmentally? The answer is no. Again, left and right of us and all along that section of the 6N, these properties are all developed, and we're not asking for anything more than anyone else is asking for. And the final criteria, was it self-created? Again, this lot was bought when the other lots were already developed, so this was the only piece left, and it was not self-created because that's what the property was. So again, just to summarize, the variances that we're asking of, the 4 variances that this board has granted to many, many other lots along the lake, and again, it's strictly to do with the property, nothing to do with the development. We're not asking for any setback variances or any other variances. And also, the other thing too is, one of the other criteria is that dock shall not go out more than 25 feet from the shoreline. Again, we meet that criteria also. So most of the criteria for this project are met. Again, the only other 4 variances, which are strictly to do with the lot itself, nothing to do with the improvements. All the improvements conform to the zoning board, zoning ordinance, and I'll answer any questions.
Okay, did you find out last month, some of the opposition was concerned about the storm drain that was below the property?
Yes, we did speak with the state DOT. They're aware of it. Their only request is, which we've already shown on our drawing, is to, in the area where this pipe comes through, which is in this area, right? So here's the pipe along Oak that goes under 6 and comes out to the end of the shore. Over here, the state has requested that we have a pull-out where they can we can actually pull up our dock, excuse me, our deck on that point, so they can have access to the state
Did you
drainage.
get any kind of acknowledgement or email or letter or any documentation from them in regards to that, or no?
I spoke to them over the phone. I asked them to send me something. As of today, I still haven't gotten it yet, but I will get it.
Okay.
But again, that has been addressed. I know there was some concern about the people that were speaking at the last meeting, but again, we've addressed it by providing them with an opening so they can get, obviously, there's a lot of silt that comes in from the other side of Route 6N, and obviously at intervals, certain intervals, whether it's once a year or twice a year, they will have.
It's a full pipe, though, from beginning to end of property?
Yeah, this pipe is actually 18 inches in diameter. It's huge, and it
So
goes.
when you say an opening in the decking, it's just like an access
Well,
opening? or
yeah,
is
an
it
access
full?
opening so they can get to the end of the pipe and be able to, clean out any silt so that, obviously, they're trying to protect the lake from as much silt as possible.
Okay. I'll open it up to the board for any questions. John?
Yeah, Joel, on the,
John?
sorry. On 6N, where the frontage is on the road, is there a safety guide rail out there now?
Yes.
And how is that going to be reconfigured, or is that
Yes.
go back?
When we go back to the planning board, is one of the items that we're going to request that an opening be put into the guide rail at that point so there can be direct access.
Can you just show me on the map where this parking spot is going to be designed to be located?
No, we're asking for the variance for that one
Oh,
purpose.
okay, but where would it go?
No, there's no.
There is,
spot.
there is no, oh,
They're looking
but you're looking for a
because
spot, right?
Yeah.
There's no
No.
spot for it.
Oh, you're not going to have a spot?
Right.
Gotcha.
The property drops down, John,
Okay.
like drastically off the road.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at it right here on the Google. No further questions.
All right, Rose?
Joel, what structures are on there? Is there a shed? I know there was a talk of a porta-john.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, there is a shed that's being proposed. That's an 8-by-8 shed that's being proposed to be put onto the property. There is a
Joel.
Joel, just grab the
Oh,
mic.
I'm
Grab
sorry.
the mic.
There is an existing dock which is being taken down, and a new dock is going to be put in the area over here, which will be no more than 25 feet, so whatever's non-conforming will come off. There is some landscaping over here, which we've discussed with the Environmental Conservation Board, and a rain garden will be added to this at the request of the Environmental Board. Again, here's that pipe that goes underneath Route 6N through the property, and this is the porta potty. We discussed at the last meeting, one of the neighbors was concerned about the porta potty being so close to the property, and when we go back to the planning board, we will relocate it so it's not near any of the property lines. But obviously, it's self-contained and cleaned out on a regular basis, but the neighbors seem to think that this could be a problem for them, so we will be happy to relocate it.
So the shed will need a variance at some point?
No,
It's far away from the sidelines?
there is no requirement. We discussed this with
There
Mark
is no,
Carnazza, so.
there's no requirement for the shed? Is there a sideline requirement for the shed?
Not on a boat lot for storage of stuff for that property.
How about a porta-john?
Definitely not.
They can put it on the property line,
Correct.
a porta-john?
We asked them not to, and we asked them to buffer them, but that's all we can do.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to answer that question, as I said, at the last meeting, we discussed that, the neighbor's concerned about that. We'll move it to another location, also try to make sure that it's screened so that doesn't become an obvious part of the property, of the improvements.
And that'll be part of the planning board to decide where it is, and we can't condition it that they have to screen it, or,
You certainly can.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can?
yeah, we have no
Okay.
problems, yes.
All right.
We can do that.
all right. No other questions?
No questions, thank you. No questions. No questions.
All right, at this point, I'll ask the public for any input or questions.
No,
Sir, the hat?
Sit there.
Good evening. State your name and address for the record, please.
Mike Mayuso. Good evening.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Just before you leave the podium, just sign your name and in print and address, please.
Okay. I want to thank you for bringing up the fact of the drain, okay? Joel Greenberg is an architect, a lawyer, he should know better, okay? They kind of left that out a little bit. Thank you for bringing that up. That drain is very important. A hatch, I don't think is going to work. What do we know? Do we have any paper? Do we have any email on it? Thank you very much for asking that. So we need to have that, not just his word, okay? They both should know better, okay? I understand their hardship. They want to do something with the property. We all do. But they should have done their diligence when they bought it, just like the 25 other people that wanted to buy it that couldn't do nothing because the state wouldn't cut the gate and they wouldn't let them do nothing because of the drain. 7 years now they have it. Nothing was there. None of that was pre-existing. They did it. It's unsafe. It's not correct. There's no knowledge of any construction, what was done there. I don't deny anybody of having anything nice. But if I can't do it, he can't do it, they can't do it, he shouldn't do it, okay? And the two, between an attorney and an architect, they should know better. I understand they're trying to do their job to push it through, but I'm asking the board to really look at this and make sure you do your diligence to get the proper paper that the state says that he said, okay? I don't know what else I could tell you. You just got to pay attention. I mean, parking, you're not going to have parking there. There's a lot of places that don't have parking. It just has to be done right. I mean, we all want a fair share of everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up. Come on up. Mike, just hand the mic, Mike. Good evening. State your name and address for the record, please.
Sure.
Speak to the
Sorry,
mic.
Kimberly Bryman, 7 Colonial Terrace, Mayapack.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Take your time.
I am one of the neighboring property owners. My husband and I and our kids have lived there for 20 years. We live at a house across the street, and that's our lakefront property, which is bordering the property that we're talking about. You already have our prior submission to the board, and I'll keep my comments brief and attempt to avoid redundancy. I just want to reiterate a few points. While this board is certainly empowered to provide relief from zoning laws, it must be reiterated that variances are not freely granted, and the application for a variance has a significant burden to establish a basis for obtaining the requested relief. It is our belief that the application has not met its burden. As has already been shown, the need for the requested variance is entirely self-created by the applicant, who sought no prior approvals and who built in violation of the zoning laws and the building department stop work orders. The variances are substantial in nature and far in excess of what is permitted by zoning. In addition, the grant of the requested variances will have, and have already had, an adverse impact not only on the environment, but the neighboring properties and the property owners. There are significant visual, traffic, parking, safety, and stormwater impacts posed by this application, as well as health concerns posed by a toilet positioned feet from residential properties at the lake. On balance, we believe that the applicant has not met their burden of showing that the benefits sought by them outweighs the detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, which is posed by the requested variances, and that the application be denied.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it upside down? Yeah, just leave it upside. Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard?
Do I need to give you a piece of paper?
Just sign, print your name and address on that
Could I
sign-in
ask
sheet.
you a quick question?
Sure.
What exactly are the structures that he's built? The dock?
So we've been there 25, I'm sorry. We've been there 25 years, and the lake property along with it. There was nothing there when we first were there. And as Mike said, none of us bought it because we weren't allowed to build on it. So it was up for sale, but because we were told that there was no building because of the stormwater drain, nobody purchased the property. And then the property was purchased, and then docks just started going up, and then in addition, an additional dock went up after they were told not to do anything. It was done kind of, well, it was done when it shouldn't have been.
Do you believe a dock could be built while avoiding that easement, that storm drain? Can he build one on one side?
Again, we've been there for a long time, and I would say that it's been covered now for a few years, but my guess is there's probably not, it's equal amount of space on
It's
both
dead-
sides.
dead
It's
in the
pretty dead
center?
center in the middle of it.
So there
It's
wouldn't-
all slanted down, stormwater drain.
So there's no way to put a dock without covering that?
A thin one, I guess. I don't know, I'm not, but it is pretty much in the center of the property.
So he's built mostly decking all around the property?
Correct, and then more decking recently.
So decking and two docks? Two fingers?
Yeah, no, not two docks, but decking.
Decking and
One dock.
One dock, okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Mike, you have stop work order on them, correct?
Yes.
So has any work continued beyond that stop work order?
It did twice.
Interesting.
Dennis went out there twice and gave 2 stop work orders.
So, and since the last order was issued, nothing else has gone on there, to your
Not
knowledge?
that I'm aware of. I
Okay.
haven't been back over there since the last hearing, so
Okay.
hopefully not.
All right, does anybody else in the public wish to be heard on this application? All right, I'll look for a motion to close the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry. Joel, you want to respond?
I just want to say that, Rose, you just brought up a very good point, and if the board feels strongly about that and about the drainage pipe, and I will get you the comment from the state, but if you look over here, this is where the pipe is, okay? Now, the only area where there's a deck is this area over here, and if the board feels that should be completely open and not have any impediments on top of it, we'd be willing to do that and can be part of your decision in order to have the pipe completely without any structures or any decks or any docks, or no, not docks, but decks above it. We'd be happy to do that.
So it can be done? You
Yes,
can-
the pipe is only 18 inches. It's only 18 inches, so we can do it on either side. That's no problem. And, you know, the other comments is that we have not met the burden. Again, to repeat, what we're talking about here now is nothing to do with the improvements on the property. It has to do with basically the conditions and the size of the property. There's no property to buy on either side. Obviously, one side's the lake, the other side is the street. So, again, these four variances have nothing to do with the improvements. The improvements are being scrutinized by, well, obviously you, the planning board, and we still have to go back to the Environmental Conservation Board. So, but the variances are required because the lot is what it is. And again, I've been before this board, and you know,
Yeah.
awful lot of lots along the lake have had the same variances.
So you think you can do what you need to do by avoiding that pipe completely?
Correct. Correct.
Joe?
Yes.
You keep saying that this has nothing to do with the structures on here, although you did provide a site map that shows them.
Well, yeah, what I was trying to bring out is that, as Mike said, anything that would do, any improvements on that property do not need any variances. The only variances are because of the size of the lot. That's it. Everything else conforms. We've kept our dock within the 25 feet, and the other items on the property do not require setback variances, so we conform. It conforms completely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, would you be able to draw something out, and come back next time? I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but maybe come back next time showing us exactly what you're talking about by avoiding that drain pipe? Could you do something like that? It's up to the board.
I mean,
I mean,
Basically,
I can
just-
visualize it.
I'm not in construction, but you guys are, so.
Rose, basically, what's going to happen is, you see this line over here? This is the pipe. The only thing that's on top of the pipe at this point is this dock. So all we do is take this dock away, and then the pipe has no impediments on top of it. That's all we're
Okay, that's
going to
fine.
do, okay?
Okay, that's good.
Okay. I'll look for a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close.
Do I have a second? Second. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Rescind that motion.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. What we're leaving out is the terrain of the property is every bit, without measuring it, it's 20, 25 degrees, okay? It's got a severe pitch to it. The drain pipe might be 18 inches, but there's cement, stone facing on it that, I'd say it's half the length of the property. So the pipe is 18, it's probably 5 or 10 feet on each side. And before they did the decking that was there, and the platforms of decking because the elevation, okay, I know for a fact that the stone facing was starting to come off. It was, the cement was coming off because there's road water that comes off the street, and what happens in the wintertime with salt? That goes there. So the facing was coming off. You face that now, and the way Joel's going to design it, where there's going to be a hatch there, you're covering up all the cement work there. So now, there's a hatch there for the pipe, but all the cement work that's there, how are you going to maintain that once that starts to deteriorate?
But he's talking about taking off the decking, right?
He's talking about for the drainage pipe.
Right.
But the drainage pipe is in the middle, and there's 8 feet or 10 feet on this side, and, it's just not a single pipe coming out. You can't even see it now if you went there because it's covered up. you know? So it's not just the fact of the pipe, it's the cement that goes around it. It's a big culvert pipe. It's not, you know, it's a cement culvert pipe. It's not a plastic pipe coming out there. And the terrain is very steep. So who's going to design something you're not going to attach to the cement for the pipe to build on? You're not going to bore into that and mount it to that. That's not good. If you went out there tomorrow to look at it, you couldn't see anything because it's covered. You have to pay attention to the terrain and the cement. Maybe Joel could get you the proper paperwork that he says he has or can get. That's great. You need that anyway, but you need to pay attention to the site. How is that going to get built on a slope? I mean, I know things could be built on a hill. We all know that, but cutting the guardrail, putting a gate there, if he's allowed to, he's allowed to. But the 25 people that I know couldn't get it done. Maybe he's got more power. I mean, I don't know. The lawyer doesn't even have answers to this case. Thank you very much.
Okay. Go ahead, John.
Joel, do we know the condition of the pipe and what the material it's made out of?
Put the mic. That mic's gonna break. Put the mic, Joel.
I'm talking into the mic.
Yes, the answer is, it's right here on the drawing. It's an 18-inch diameter concrete pipe, which starts on the other side of Route 6N, comes under 6N, goes through the property, and opens up into the lake. As far as what Mike was just talking about, again, once we remove this this deck from this portion of the pipe, then the pipe will be completely exposed. We don't have any improvements over here except the rain garden that the ECB requested, and we have nothing on either side. So basically, if the concrete on either side has to be repaired, obviously, we'll work with the state to make sure that the concrete hasn't deteriorated. Mike is correct. Obviously, the salt does its damage to the pipe. I mean, to the concrete around the pipe. But we will be happy again to make sure that it's stable and it's working the way it's supposed to work. And if the state can come in there at their whatever time of the year they want to correct and make sure that it's flowing properly, and also to prevent the silt from getting out into the lake. But yeah, even if there's concrete on either side of it, again, if you take a look, this is the only portion. There's a small portion which is maybe 5 feet by 5 feet, and that will be removed from the top of the pipe. So the pipe will be open from the point it comes into our property till it gets to the lake.
All right, at this point, we're getting into the territory of planning board issues and concerns, so we're just addressing the variances here tonight, and solely the variances, okay? So, with that said, I'm going to look for a motion for closing the public hearing on this.
Motion to close.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right, the second application tonight is also a holdover, Perricone number 2, for variation of section 15615, seeking permission to create a 3-lot subdivision out of 2 existing lots. Property is located at 163 Orchard Road, Mahopac, New York, tax map 74.26-2-22. Joel, you're already sworn in. Is anyone else going to be speaking? No. Are you going to be speaking? Yeah. You might as well come up. We'll swear you in. Thank you. Anthony, state your name and address for the record, please.
Anthony Perricone, 79 Cray Scott Way. Anthony Perricone, 79 Cray Scott Way.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thanks.
As we discussed at the
Is it on?
No. Now it's on? Okay. As we discussed at the meeting last time, we have 2 lots here, and we're trying to create 3 lots out of it. There is an existing house at the corner of Willow and Orchard Road, and we basically want to create three lots. The paper I just gave you indicates that the original subdivision, which was approved in 1938, indicated that each house should have a minimum of 2 lots, which means 40 by 100 or 4,000 square feet. Again, if you look at the maps and the information I gave you, the lots that we're talking about, lot number 1 is 7,000 square feet, lot number 2 is 6,000 square feet, and lot number 3 is 5,900 square feet. So we're at least almost 30% greater than the minimum requirement for Lake Secor. And if you look, of course, at the sheet with the variances, it looks like they're tremendous. But because we're going for a subdivision, we have to work from the criteria of the R120 zone, which is 120,000 square feet, 40 foot for the front yard, 40 foot for the backyard, 25 for the side yards. However, again, if you go through Lake Secor, these lots that we're proposing are obviously fairly large compared to the 40 by 100 square feet, which 40 by 100 feet, which was the original map from 1938. As you can see from the pictures, or if you went out to look at the site, the picture on the top is the lot over here, lot number 2, and the picture on the bottom is lot number 3. They're big open spaces, and we have, again, the second sheet on the papers that I gave you indicates there's a whole bunch of neighbors which have come out in support of the project. Again, to repeat myself, these lots are larger than most of the lots in Lake Secor, and they are water and sewer, so we don't have to worry about septics or wells. We've gone through with the planning board so that we've made sure that our access to these lots have sufficient site distance, and the setbacks basically will conform to most of the setbacks that we're showing on these lots for the houses that we're proposing are actually a lot more than many of the lots in Lake Secor, which in many cases are less than 5 feet in some cases. So we're providing some additional housing for the people here, for the neighborhood and for the area. And again, town sewer, town water, and I think that this will make a good solution for housing in this area.
So the folks that signed this petition,
Yes.
where are they? Where are the addresses? Are they close by? Are they?
Yes, the people, and we'll have one of the neighbors here to talk about it, but the people that signed the petition, or the letters, are the surrounding neighbors here, and one of them will speak to you tonight.
Joel, was the neighbor directly next door, one of those signees?
Yes.
The two behind and the one right there.
Okay,
So it's,
thank you, sir.
Yes, they're the direct neighbors. Any other questions?
I'll open up to the board. Start down here. Julie?
Already did.
No question. No questions, Joe, thank you.
Joel, I did some calculations. The total lot is .43 acres.
That's correct.
So it's less than a half acre for 3 houses. One house would be on,
I mentioned it.
1/16 of an acre, one would be on 1/14 an acre, and one would be on less than 10.10. I mean, I lived on .9, just as this
A
4,000 square.
tenth of an acre is 43,560. A
Right.
tenth of an acre is 4,000 square feet. Our lots are 7,000, 6,000, and 5,000, and
I have
6,000.
7,000, 6,000, and 4,000.
No, look at your paper.
Where did I pick up 4 from? 7, 6, and what's the third one?
Lot number 1 is 7,000, lot number 2 is 6,000, lot number 3 is 5,900.
So 7, 6, and 6, basically. All right, so 1/16 of an acre
No.
and 1/14 of an acre.
No.
.43, the acre.
Let's,
Point
here,
four.
6,000 square feet is more than a 16th of an acre.
But you're only on .43.
Huh?
You're only on .43. I did it based on .43. The acre, you're on less than half an acre.
It's less than
He's
a
less,
quarter.
he's on less than half an acre. He's on .43 of an acre. So he's on less than the total is less than half an acre.
It's just under a half an acre, right. So
Right.
divide that by 3. Divide a half acre by 3.
So it's small.
Yeah, well, I'm not
Very
saying it's,
small.
but if you, again, go through Lake
like
Secor,
a
you'll
half
see
acre,
houses on 40 by 100.
Less than a half acre for 3 houses,
Yeah, that's right.
when our
Again,
code requires 3 acres
I'm not saying it
today.
doesn't.
But, I mean, this is a pretty significant variances that you're looking for.
But also, you've got to look to the area that we're putting it in.
And I have, and the neighbor across the street has a nice big lot, the neighbor down the street has a nice big lot. That specific street has pretty nice lots on it, bigger size lots than the typical Secor houses. That specific street.
But again, we're looking at the overall picture, looking at the original subdivision, and we're almost double the original subdivision.
I'm looking at the neighbors, the specific neighbors, right in that area.
Okay.
It's a lot to ask for 3 houses on less than a half acre. Okay, I'm done.
Joel, you got a typo.
What's that?
3 lots
Lot
on
3,
less
lot coverage 15%, you're asking for 20.3. You put the variance at 15.3%. You meant 5, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just want to correct it for the record.
Yep, thank you.
We have to find the original. You're gonna have to change that.
Yeah, I'll change it.
It's wrong on your plan, too.
What's that?
It's wrong on your plan, too.
It's what?
It's wrong on your plans, too. You're 2 for 2 there.
2 for 2, okay.
You're
John,
losing
can
your
you do me a
edge.
favor and find that file so we can correct it? All right, any input from the public on this application? No?
Well, come up, come up.
You gotta come up if you wanna speak.
Just come up, give your name, and just say you have it. Huh? Come on, you've been at this.
I live directly behind.
You gotta do me a favor, state your name and address for the record,
Sit.
then I'll swear you.
No. You don't, okay.
Frank Gunn, 227 Brook Road, Mapac, New York.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I don't need that. I'm directly behind. Here. That's my house right there. And my neighbor's next to us. I have no problem with it. I've lived there since '95. Been in the neighborhood since I was born, and gonna only increase the value of my house, so rah-rah, let's go.
How big is your lot, Frank?
140 by 100.
How many square feet is that?
It's a little more than a half acre.
Yeah, you have a nice big lot. You got a nice sized lot.
She wouldn't sell it to me, she was my neighbor, or I would have bought the whole thing.
Yeah, you've got a nice sized lot.
Want to make these corrections?
But the house next to me is smaller than what you're talking about.
Make the
And
corrections.
The one
and-
behind us.
But the
does.
one down the street, the one across the street, those are nicer sized lots for Secor.
Absolutely.
That's a nice street on Secor, because it has more property. It
Been
has
there my entire life, I understand what you're saying, but that's not a reason not to allow. It's gonna increase the value of my house, so maybe I'm,
I would say no, it's gonna hurt you.
not at all.
Well, unless you unless you wanna build houses on your lot.
No, mine's spread out, it couldn't be built on mine. Actually, the town wanted a piece of my property for wells at one time.
I'm sure, you have a nice big lot. So there are you would agree that there are some nice sized lots on that
There's a
street.
lot that are smaller than this.
But there are a few that are really nice.
You initialed it.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else wish to be heard on this application? I'll look for, go ahead, Ed.
How we doing? Anthony Perricone. I don't need a mic, Joel, I'm taller than you. We keep talking about,
Just turn it up there, because it's being recorded.
is that better?
That's why it's important. Thanks.
We keep bringing up the size of the lots. I built a half a dozen houses in Secor in the past 5 years. For every lot that you show me, that you're saying is big, I'll show you 15 in Secor that is small. For every one you show me that's big, I'll show you 15. Secor, if you're looking for a big piece of property, Secor is not where you want to live.
Oh, I understand that.
You want to buy a 3-acre lot, 4-acre lot. Secor is people that want, everyone that I sold to is people that want sewer and water. They want to live close to the Taconic. They want to be down by the water, and they enjoy a tight-knit community. I've never once heard of someone say to me that the property is small. In Secor, that's what it is. They're just smaller houses. we're talking about variances. I know that you're bringing up the variance to today's code. I've been building houses in this town for years, I understand that. But you got like Lake Baldwin, you have Secor. The variances, I feel, they have to be placed according to the area. So I know I'm asking for big variances, but in Secor area, we're not. There's houses that are 5 feet on the property line, 7 feet, 10 feet, so they're all over. So I don't feel that I'm asking for something that everybody else has.
There are neighborhoods that have had water run dry from having overdevelopment.
Okay, but this is
Correct.
sewer and water. I spoke with the
But
town
there are-
engineer.
There are municipal areas that,
I understand that, but I spoke with the town engineer, and he told me that the houses, the lots that we were looking to add, we spoke with him, there is more than enough capacity to handle those houses.
we've given you 2.
No.
I mean, I'm just
Listen,
one board
I'm-
member.
I don't
know
want to
how-
get going back and forth with you. I'm trying to maximize
Your profits,
my area.
your profits.
The other thing that I would like to express to you is the tax revenue that I create for this town, which I don't even understand how they do this, but the 6 houses that I built in Secor, these people are paying $14,000 in taxes for a raised ranch. So the tax revenue, I don't even want to talk, even talk about what the tax is. Me building a new house in Secor, what's that creating? You have people that, I feel that Secor are very humble people. I've built houses on 4-acre lots where the neighbors put a shed 3 feet on my property. I've never had an issue with one person in Secor, never. They love having me there. I take old houses and knock them down. I build new houses. I'm taking a gentleman that lives over here, like Frank said, that his house is worth $250,000. I just put a house in next door that's 400 plus. He just goes to do an assessment, he wants to do his house, they comp on a couple of houses, they comp on that, he just made an extra $75,000 on his house, that they raised his house. So there's a lot of positives. You're cluing in on those couple of lots. I know that you keep going to that, you're telling me that there's big
Yes.
lots in Secor, I get that, but I don't even know, there's 500-600 homes in Secor.
But we've given you 2 houses on less than half an acre.
I'm not asking for anything that other people don't have, that's not already there.
I'm just one board member.
I understand, and you're
I'm
entitled to your
what-
opinion,
they
so
all
am
may
I,
be-
so
they
I just
all
want to
may
get out
disagree
there,
with
what's going on there. I spend a lot of time in there. I roam around Secor constantly, and, that's what I do.
All right,
But you
just-
don't live there.
No, I don't live there.
No, you don't.
No, but if I was okay with sewer and water and a small lot close to the Taconic, I wouldn't have a problem living there.
Rose, by the same token, if there was opposition to this, you'd hear it. A lot of people would be out.
Yeah,
You'd
I
have a
mean, I
bigger
have
crowd than
people
what we have
supporting
here.
me and support letters. I don't really,
You have 3 people signed,
I have the
3
3 people that you
households.
asked me
3
for that are
households.
surrounding the house. That's what I was asked for at the last
I'm
meeting.
one
Get the
board
3
member.
people that are adjacent to the property, and that's what I did.
Okay, we
Okay.
have area variance criteria that we follow, and I'm not going to read it all out loud, so just everyone.
Thank you.
keep that in
Thank
mind
you for your
when
time.
they're voting, all right?
Thank you.
Any more input from the public on this application? I'll look for a motion to close the hearing.
Motion to close.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, next application tonight is for Jardine Longview School, contract vendee, seeking an interpretation of section 156-10F that only 50 feet of frontage is required because this is an instance of a cul-de-sac turnaround or similar case, emphasis added. In the alternative, applicant seeks an area variance for frontage. The applicant is seeking an interpretation of section 156-23, which provides for a minimum of 10 parking spaces plus 3 spaces per classroom shall be required for those schools with pupils of elementary and junior high school age. Schools with pupils of at least high school age shall provide at least 20 parking spaces plus 5 per classroom. Applicant's history as a private school involves only a handful of high school students who have ever been able to drive to school. The code envisions the higher parking space count for schools that significantly or totally consisting of pupils of high school age. The higher parking requirement is inappropriate and herein and inconsistent with section 156-23. The property is located at 110 Scout Hill Road, Mahopac, New York, tax map 52.1-12. Good evening.
Good evening,
Counsel.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Frank J. Smith III, attorney from the law office of William A. Schilling Jr. We are here on behalf of the applicant, Longview School. Present with me this evening is Mr. Peter Scott, project engineer, and also Mr. Mark Jacobs, Director of the Longview School. The premises is located at 110 Scout Hill Road, Mahopac, New York, tax map number 52-1-12. The property is located in a residential zone, consists of a single-family dwelling, and sits on 15.66 acres of property. Before I begin this evening, I would like to do two things. First, I would like to provide the board each with copies of the documents that are on my boards down below. We thought it would be better for view that we have the actual subdivision map and the survey up here for you guys to check out.
Thank you.
And also at this time, Mr. Chairman, I would like to withdraw Longview School's second application seeking an interpretation of parking. And this evening, we will only be seeking the interpretation related to road frontage and in the alternative, an area variance.
Thank you.
Okay.
To begin, the interpretation of Section 156-10F. This board is vested with the power to interpret the meaning of the zoning code, and this evening, we ask the board to interpret the road frontage requirement of Section 156-10F. This section states that a lot is required to have 100 feet of frontage on a town, county, or state road. It also states that in instances such as cul-de-sacs, turnarounds, or similar cases, 50-foot frontage is permissible. It is our contention this evening that the property in question is a similar case, that it is a dead end, and that the property also has more than 50 feet of frontage, and said frontage is permissible. First, I would like to establish that the premises has frontage on a town road. It is undisputed that Scout Hill Road is a Town of Carmel road. The road was adopted by the town via resolution in September of 1982. The New York State Department of Transportation, they each year put out a list of local roads. They also note that it is a Town of Carmel road. The premises in question also has 52.74 feet of frontage on Scout Hill Road. The documents that I had just handed to the board, first you will see a letter from Terry Bergendorf Collins. She's a licensed surveyor. She surveyed the property, and she attests that the road does have frontage on Scout Hill. Second, there's a letter from Paul Denbaum, Esquire, legal counsel at Thoroughbred Title Services. They will be the title insurers of the property, and they also indicate that there is frontage on Scout Hill Road. And lastly, you will see a letter from the Town Highway Superintendent, Michael Simone, in a memo to the Planning Board dated January 30th of this year, where it states that, quote, "He is not in dispute that there is available frontage on the town's highway right-of-way." The premises has 52.74 feet of frontage directly on Scout Hill Road. This is the same distance that is referenced on map number 531, known as the map of Scout Hill. This frontage is also reflected in the legal description as well as on the survey map. This affirmatively establishes that 1, Scout Hill Road is a Town of Carmel road, and 2, that the subject premises has 52.74 feet on that road. Now to the interpretation of Section 156-10F. Again, this section requires at least 100 feet of frontage on a town, county, or state road in order for a building permit to be issued. This section also carves out an exception for cul-de-sac, turnarounds, or similar cases. In those instances, only 50 feet would be required. Tonight, I ask this board to use your interpretive powers to determine that Scout Hill Road, a dead end, is a similar case whereby 50 feet of road frontage is sufficient. It has been affirmatively established that the Town of Carmel adopted Scout Hill Road as a town road by resolution. In that resolution, the description of the road is as provided in filed map number 531. That map clearly shows that Scout Hill has no outlet and is a dead end. In addition, the State Department of Transportation, in the same report I listed earlier, states that Scout Hill Road is a dead end. I contend that a dead end is a similar case under the code, and tonight I ask the board, through your interpretive powers, to determine the same. I would also like to make mention of Section 128-27 of the Town Code, which speaks to a duty to construct a turnaround where there is a dead end on a subdivision street. It is not my contention this evening that the Town of Carmel must construct a turnaround at the end of Scout Hill Road. There are 2 points being made by referencing that section. One is that if at the time there was a turnaround created, the premises would fit squarely within the 50-foot requirement of the code provision. Second, because there is no turnaround and the dead end remains, the dead end is substantially similar to a cul-de-sac or a turnaround and is most definitely a similar case. Section 156-10F clearly states an exception to the 100-foot frontage requirement for cul-de-sacs, turnarounds, or similar cases, and that should rightfully include dead ends. For the foregoing reasons, I respectfully submit that this board find that the premises in question falls within the exception of 156-10F, and that 50 feet of road frontage is required. If the board does not agree or is unpersuaded by the interpretation argument, I would respectfully request, in the alternative, an area variance. Notwithstanding the exception of 156-10F, the code does require 100 feet of road frontage. The premises in question provides for 52.74 feet of road frontage, and the area variance required would be 47.26 feet. When determining an area variance, the board must consider 5 criteria. First is whether the variance would result in an undesirable change to the neighborhood. In this instance, I contend that it would not. The variance being sought is for the limited purpose of road frontage. The issue of frontage will not have any adverse impact on the neighborhood. Second is whether granting the area variance would result in a negative environmental impact. Again, I do not believe that this variance would lead to any adverse environmental considerations. Third is whether the applicant could obviate its need through means other than a variance. We are attempting that this evening through the interpretation. And again, if the board is unpersuaded by our interpretation argument, there would be no other way to obviate the need than through an area variance. Fourth is whether the variance is substantial. In this instance, the requested variance is very large, but substantiality is not determinative of the application as a whole. Lastly, the board must consider whether the need for variance was self-created, and in this case, it was not. The applicant is a contract vendee to purchase the property, and as a contract vendee, the need for variance was not self-created. In conclusion, if the board rejects the interpretation argument, I argue for the foregoing reasons an area variance should be granted. And to conclude, before the board this evening is not a referendum on the merits of a private school in the town of Carmel. The issue here is narrow, and it has to do with road frontage and the interpretation under section 156-10F. There are 2 items that are beyond refute this evening. The first is that Scout Hill Road is in fact a town of Carmel road. Second is that the subject premises has 52.74 feet of frontage on that road. The question before this board is whether Scout Hill, being a dead end, is substantially similar to cul-de-sac, turnarounds, and similar cases. I believe that the evidence is clear that a dead end should be treated as a similar case under this section of the code, and that 52.74 feet would be sufficient for road frontage. If the board is unpersuaded by this argument, then in the alternative, I respectfully request the board grant an area variance of 47.26 feet. Lastly, I'm sure many of our neighbors and community members who are here this evening have much to say, and they absolutely have the right to do so. I would respectfully request of this board that the comments and discussion this evening be limited in scope to that of frontage, the interpretation, and the variance being sought. I thank you in advance for your consideration, and if you have any questions for myself, the project engineer, or Mr. Jacobs, we would be more than happy to address them.
Counsel, this is new information that you're offering tonight that you handed out?
I believe it has all
Or
been
is it within the
submitted in
original
advance.
Okay.
I would have to,
Just not having the time to sit here and read it all.
There's-
Just
there's
answer
been-
me that if this is been previously submitted.
There's been multiple submissions. If anything in there is a new submission, it would be the surveyor letter. In looking at my records, briefly before I left, I'm not sure if that was submitted. If it wasn't,
Yeah, it doesn't look familiar, but.
okay.
Mike Simone's letters,
Mike Simone's.
Oh, my apologies, that's new as well.
the title insurer.
So, I mean, typically, we request this information not the night of, because obviously we don't have the time to sit here and read it all.
No, and the vast majority of these items were submitted in previous submissions to the board. Namely, there was a memorandum of law, there was an affidavit in support, then there was a supplemental affidavit that was submitted. And my recollection is that, if not, I contend that the surveyor letter was submitted. If it was not, I apologize for that. I will admit that the Mike Simone letter is new. That is something that was under the purview of the planning board. As I'm sure you know, this project is simultaneously before the planning board, and we are looking for a referral this evening back there on the road frontage issue. But other than that, I'm confident that this board has been provided these materials in advance.
Okay, we'll take it under advisement. At this point, I'll open up to the board for any questions. I mean, I just want, everyone keep in mind, this is just strictly for the variances. And when I open this up to the public as well, please keep that in mind, to keep your, keep your comments not redundant, but brief and to the point. But, I mean, everyone's afforded the opportunity to speak, but base it on what is in front of this board solely tonight. If you have planning board issues or concerns, that should be addressed at the planning board, so.
Thank you,
but,
Mr. Chairman.
Board members. John?
Yes, Counselor, just, can you use your finger here and just tell me where you'd begin the improvements on this road, Scout Hill Road, to,
I'm sorry, Mr. Scott? It is, if you're going to be speaking, I need to swear you in. You're not, please, if you could grab a microphone as well.
And then sign it.
State your name and address for the record.
My name is Peter Scott. My address is 3871 Route 6, Brewster, New York.
And swear to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
So
do.
help you God. Thank you.
Yes, I do. If I may.
Grab the mic.
Yeah, grab that one there. Just one, yeah, there you go.
If I may, before you is the map that was filed in 1949. And with that, we have a survey map from the surveyor, which was provided to indicate the description of the particular lot. And on this plan, there's an enlarged area, so our frontage is located at this corner of the property itself, and beyond that is a house site.
And Mr. Staraj, to your specific question, this entire portion of Scout Hill Road is improved all the way to where it ends, where you see it's 52.74 feet. And yes, I will admit that at the intersection of Scout Hill and Hillside, it does narrow, but it is absolutely improved.
going by Mike Simone's letter here, that the road would need to be improved in order to handle the traffic, buses, emergency vehicles. That's, you know, what is he speaking on? That whole run there?
I do think that there's a distinction to be made in terms of whether this is already improved and whether further improvements would be necessary. I believe that is the case. The applicant has been in touch with the planning board and in discussions regarding that. But for terms of being improved, the entire road it's paved. If you look at the Department of Transportation document, it gives a listing of the distance. The distance, if you do a rudimentary, like Google map plot point, you will see that the portion that they consider a town road goes well beyond the intersection of Hillside.
How wide is the road?
Well, the right-of-way is 50 feet, both Hillside View Road to the very end and also the extension of Scout Hill Road. The road pavement itself varies in width. It's about 24 feet at Scout Hill. It narrows going up toward the property to widths down to as minimum 17 feet.
Are you proposing any lighting to be installed on that road?
To be quite frank with you, that is an issue that I believe to be handled at the planning board. That's outside of the frontage issue this evening. But I will say that the applicant has been open-minded to conditions and ideas that the planning board has had thus far, and further review will take place.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm looking at your submission that you made to the planning board, and it's concerning the number of trips that you anticipate people driving to drop off their kids. Am I reading this right? You believe there'll be about 45 cars going up and down that street in the morning and then 45 in the afternoon?
Peter Scott, I can answer that. The ITE traffic manual for this type of school, based on a number of people, indicates that would be the peak trip hour. It's in 1 hour.
In 1 hour?
Yes.
On two roads that only have 24 homes on it,
Yeah, each house establishes two houses, as 2 trips per day as well. So we're cumulative. You add the existing residential establishments at 2 trips per hour, and you would add this trip count for the school, and basically a cumulative total would be provided.
so the 45 includes the 10 houses on Hillside and the 14 houses on Scout Hill?
Yes.
Or is that just the school, the 45?
It states, I don't have that in front of me, but it states clearly, I'll look at that real quick if I may. Yes, we're including the 10 houses on Scout Hill.
So you're including the 10 and the 45, so
Yes, 14 it appears to be the number.
14 on Scout Hill and then 11 on Hillside?
Right.
So that's the 24, and then you're only going to have another 19
Yes.
cars going up and down?
Yes, if I might also state, there also is a use of buses. We have an agreement for a bus company to provide shuttle service as well, and that's how we mitigate the trip counts, by a commitment from a school district to provide busing to the school.
Well, would there be parents' days where they might come and see a play at school or graduation or?
Yeah, those are at alternate peak hours. We're talking the peak hour, which is in the morning or in the evening, 8 to 9 in the morning, 5 to 6 in the evening. Most of these special events would not be coordinated with the peak hours.
So the
traffic.
people on Scout, the portion of Scout Hill from Hillside to this establishment, there's maybe 3 houses on Scout Hill? From 3 houses on Scout Hill, from Hillside going up, those people have to have 20 cars go past their house? 20 additional houses where they thought they were on a nice little quiet cul-de-sac?
Well, when you look at traffic, you look at capacity of the roadways, and we'd be at level of service A, which is the best you can get, because our rate of travel or trip generation is so low that we are not impacting the capacity of people to utilize the roadway based on New York State DOT levels of service analysis. And we have those available.
But if I lived on one of those 3 houses, I now have 20 extra cars and school buses coming past my house every day.
If I may,
Just in the morning.
if I may,
That's frontage. Okay.
if I may interrupt,
Yeah.
I do believe these are very, very important questions that will be answered at the site plan approval stage.
Okay.
For purposes of today, we're looking to see
At
whether
the
or not,
frontage.
this particular dead end should require 100 feet of frontage when it appears to be a factual impossibility that that's possible.
So how will they turn around? I mean, yeah,
We have,
When
now,
I-
this map may not be the best because
Okay.
this does not even show the subject premises. The subject premises is here, and it's
Right.
almost 16 acres.
so
So,
show,
so the buses or vehicles would be entering the premises
Right.
which is all the way here with a setback of 368-plus feet.
We have a turnaround proposed with our enhancements
So
for
be
the
down
school.
below?
Yeah, there's a fully compliant turnaround for buses and for fire safety equipment in compliance with state fire code requirements, proposed as an enhancement to the site plan that exists now for the single-family house. So they would drive in and they have a full compliant turnaround on the project. So no one's backing up anywhere,
No one's backing up?
no.
Okay.
Okay.
So the people would enter the site, reach the school, do the turnaround and exit. And basically, that's in a 1-hour period.
Okay.
All right, Phil, any questions in regard to the
Frontage.
frontage?
Where you show the frontage, right after, or I guess it would be just south, it splits to your property and then to the Murphy property? Is that the roadway or the driveway at that point?
So the legal description, which has been provided to you this evening, does include this portion on the 110 Scout Hill Road property. So it does split, but that, we call it informally the jut out, that is owned by 110 Scout Hill Road.
Okay. I had another question, and I just totally lost it. I'll think of it. Thank you.
Come back to you.
Please.
Guys,
No question.
No questions.
Oh, you're killing me, guys.
you want to,
Yeah, let me just look at this again.
in regards to the frontage?
Okay. I'll think of it.
Will there be
I'll come
enough
back.
frontage for a car to go in to drop off and another car to come out to exit? Is there enough?
Our roads are fully compliant with the town regulations
For a two-way?
for two-way.
Okay.
If I may also state something, is that because in 1949, this is how they filed this map, but not only does this situation exist on Scout Hill, but it also exists at the end of Hillside View Road. So it was the manner in which they subdivided the land in 1949 is why we're standing here today.
And
Both
again,
roadways have the same approach to those lots at the end of each respective road. And in fact, both the end of Hillside View Road and the end of Scout Hill Road have been subdivided and houses have been built, extending into the areas beyond the edge of the road as filed in 1949.
and again, we're not asking for the town to conduct remediation work of a subdivision map that was filed in 1949. The map as filed shows a 50-foot right-of-way the entire way. Whether or not that 50-foot right-of-way was utilized, we would have to speak to the guy who paved it that many years ago. But the map does reflect that that width should have been utilized the entire way, even north of the intersection of Hillside View.
Is it possible with the way that the land slopes and, can you get 50 feet? Can you get the width in there?
So, to clarify very quickly, the discussion is in regards to the width of the right-of-way. And the right-of-way is 50 feet wide. So we're fully compliant with all the regulations, even nowadays, with the width of a right-of-way. It's all 50 feet, fully compliant. The issue is the need of a cul-de-sac or approaching it as a dead end. In terms of road surface width, the road surface width is 24 feet required. And we have enough room within the right-of-way to meet that criteria of pavement width by completing improvements, which are being proposed. But tonight, for zoning purposes, we're purely looking at a width of a right-of-way, which is compliant, and what to do at the end of it. That's the issue.
And again, the code does provide for situations where you cannot get 100 feet of road frontage at a cul-de-sac, at a turnaround, or in a similar case. I would argue a dead end is very much a similar case to where 50 feet would be the acceptable width. And that's the interpretation that we are asking for this evening.
And if
Okay.
not, then the area variance.
Counsel, did you look at the submissions from counsel for 12 Hillside View Road?
Yes, I did. I will say the second submission I only received today, so I did not have an opportunity to review it in great detail, but it did appear to me to be a lot of the initial submission with contentions that Scout Hill is not a town road. I find that argument completely unpersuasive. Not only was it adopted by resolution, the New York State DOT says it's a town road, our highway superintendent says it's a town road. Yes, I do think that there is a legitimate question of where the town road ends, but our contention is that where the town road ends is where we have frontage. So if there's issues with the improved area afterwards, that's part of the 110 Scout Hill Road property itself.
What about his argument that the town abandoned that portion of the road?
I believe that if you were to review my supplemental memorandum that was submitted to this board after Daniels and Porco's first submission in response, I think that I adequately distinguished the case law and show that it is not so simple as the town not doing maintenance to the road. There are affirmative ways in which a town road must be abandoned. And the cases that I cite in there speak to the proposition that lack of maintenance does not amount to abandonment.
When you talk about a cul-de-sac and a turnaround and then similar cases, and you want us to adopt in some way that a dead end is a similar case, does the term dead end appear anywhere else in our code?
I do not believe so. I believe in that one section, 128, I'm sorry here, 12827, it speaks to a dead end on a subdivision map where a cul-de-sac or a turnaround must be constructed, but it does not speak to this particular instance of road frontage. Road frontage is in the code purely in 156-10. As we all know, 100 feet is the general requirement, but the code does have a carve-out where it says if it's I would like it to say if it was a dead end, but if it's a cul-de-sac or a turnaround or a similar case. And in thinking of similar cases, I think a dead end fits that squarely.
Is similar case in this case, is that something that's like a term of art that's used elsewhere? Have you seen any other case law where a similar case is noted to be a dead end?
No. Similar case I took under the plain meaning because it's not defined anywhere else in the Town of Carmel zoning code.
What about the rest of the frontages on Scout Hill Road? Is there anything else similar to this case where we're looking at 50-something feet?
Exactly at the end of Hillside View.
And where is that?
If you look at the map in 1949, it's right here. And this has been subsequently subdivided into 4 houses are exiting off of this area.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, anything else from the board? All right, at this point, I'll open it up to public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir? Your counsel? State your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Jonathan Bardavid, Daniels Porco.
There's a loose one if it's easier for you to talk or whatever you want to do. There you go.
Jonathan Bardavid, Daniels Porco Lasardi, 102 Lenida Avenue. Thank you. I'm going to make, I had given prior submissions, but I think these 2 maps are helpful and they're large enough to take a look at because I think the issue tonight, as counsel for Longview School made clear, is do we have frontage on a town road? And words mean something, and maps mean something. And saying we have frontage, it's undisputed over and over again, respectfully, doesn't make it so. The map, right, what we have is a 1982 dedication, which dedicates Scout Hill Road per map 531, right? So it dedicates it per this map. So this map ends, right, Scout Hill ends at 532830, right? They've admitted that Their project isn't on this map. It's nowhere to be seen on this map. My clients, who I represent, the Knockways, are at 12 Hillside View. That's the end. If you take a look at what I presented out, and I'll put one up.
Yeah, good idea.
If you bear with me. So this is a map of the other neighbors, the Murphys, who you hear from. And this is a survey that was done, and it juxtaposes the 1949 map, which we keep talking about, and it shows the end of Scout Hill Road over here at 532830, the same end. You have the Murphys' property over here, and you have the lands of Jardine. And what you have in between here is not, respectfully, property of the Longview School. How do we know this? Because my client, the Murphys, and the Jardines, for the past 20-some-odd years, have been maintaining that together. Somewhere back in 2017, and the Murphys can clarify if I'm incorrect on the date, the three of them pay to plow that road. They pay to pave that road. They maintain that road. Scout Hill Road ends here. It is nowhere near. We're not talking about the difference between 50 feet, respectfully, and 100 feet. We're talking about 0 feet. It's clear, I respectfully submit on this survey, and I have the original survey, there is no frontage. So how they have houses there, I can't speak to that, but there is absolutely no frontage onto this road. So when we're talking about a variance, we're not talking about 50 or 100 feet. And there's case law which I gave you. You have the right to grant a variance. You cannot, unfortunately, legislate. And the town board, when they passed the zoning codes, put a frontage requirement. To grant this variance, I submit, would be to obliterate the requirement and would be allowing them to have 0 feet. Respectfully, if for some reason they can establish that this goes further and it's been abandoned by the town. This is the portion, and I haven't had a chance to see the letter from the highway department. This is the portion they're talking about that's unimproved. It was unimproved, and my submissions show it was unimproved when my clients had the property. We've subsequently paved it, the neighbors have paved it, but the town doesn't do anything. In fact, you'll hear from the Murphys tonight, they complained to the highway department. And they said, why aren't you taking care of your road? And the highway department, you'll hear this, came out, walked Scout Hill Road, took out yellow spray paint, and spray painted where the town road ends. And it ends well before the Murphys' property. This is not a town road. So I respectfully submit that they cannot get a variance as a matter of law. And if you look at the cases and you have legal counsel, yes, there are multiple ways that a road can be abandoned. One is formal abandonment, and one is abandonment when a town doesn't maintain it. And there are cases which I cite, and you can confer with counsel if necessary, that make clear that if the town doesn't maintain a road for 6 years, it's abandoned. So either way, I submit to you, they don't meet the standards. If we even got into the issues of a variance, the issue of what this impact on this neighborhood is a factor. Will it change the character? And I respectfully understand that we're talking about issues at the planning board and issues at the zoning board, but they intersect. Because what happens if you grant this variance is this project goes forward. And what is that going to do? How is it going to fundamentally change the neighborhood? You raised a very good point, which is traffic. This isn't just about a map and a looking through a triptych and saying there's going to be X number of additional trips. They're talking about doubling the number of trips in an hour, right? Doubling on a rural road. There's been no traffic study done. They submit there's none needed. I submit if we're going to give a variance to allow this project to go forward, those issues need to be decided. We have kids who play on the street. We have residents, you'll hear from them, who use it for recreational purposes. What about safety? They always say this road is so wide, you can't fit 2 cars. You'll hear from the neighbors. This portion, it functions as a 1-lane road. You have to move over and let your neighbor go through. So we're going to have 50 children at the end of this road who are up there. We're going to allow 50 kids in this neighborhood. What happens in an emergency? A forest fire, heaven forbid, some sort of school emergency or a school shooting in this day and age, and people are rushing up a road, and you can't get down the road. That's what we're talking about. It fundamentally changes the character of this neighborhood. And the fact that it may be zoned for a school doesn't mean that it belongs here. And by giving this variance, it will fundamentally change. So I submit that when you hear from the neighbors tonight, you'll hear from a lot of them, the issues they're raising do go to the issue of whether it changes the character of the neighborhood. And when you do this, I respectfully submit that A, they do not have any frontage on a town road. That is clear as a bell. This road cannot handle this traffic. The safety of the students, the safety of the kids are paramount, and I implore you to deny the variance for all these reasons. Thank you.
Counsel, can you flip over to the next one? Keep going, one more. So we have that survey, and you could see where they're saying where the frontage is. Right there? No, the one up top, up there.
You can see the numbers here.
Right, so let me ask you this question. Do you disagree with that survey?
The survey shows showing Scout Hill Road here, right? And the gates are here.
I'm not asking you about the gate. I'm asking you if you disagree with that survey.
I haven't seen anything that indicates that they own this portion of the road.
Right. Look at the frontage in question. Right, so this survey shows that frontage. Do you disagree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at yours. Is there frontage shown on that one?
There's the gates shown for the lands of Jardine.
Again,
over
I'm
here.
asking, does it show frontage for the Scout Hill Road location in question here?
It shows frontage on an unpaved section that extends beyond the end of Scout Hill Road on map 531.
I have nothing further, thank you.
All right, next in public, anybody wish to be heard?
If I may briefly, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sure.
I would just like to make two brief points. Once again, Frank Smith for the applicant. The first point that I'd like to make is that it is absolutely confusing as to these surveys and that portion of the road. If you pull the deed to 110 Scout Hill Road, the legal description describes that area where the frontage takes place. And I believe Mr. Aglietti was getting to a very pertinent question that was frontage if that portion of Scout Hill Road did end sooner. And that would, assuming that, there would be no frontage for either property because the road would end there. Our contention is that this survey is incorrect in that it does not reflect this portion as being owned by 110 Scout Hill Road. The other point that I would like to make, and I do not want to bore you with the case law and the quotes from it, but I would respectfully ask that the board review the relevant case law. There's a very big difference between a mention of something in a case and a holding of a case. And one of the cases that opposing counsel cites is called Wills versus Town of Orleans. And in that case, it says, quote, "So long as the evidence establishes that a road has not been traveled or used as a highway for 6 years, it will be deemed abandoned by operation of law." That has nothing to do with town maintenance. It has everything to do with actual use. And as this board has recognized this evening, there are other homes that are serviced by this portion of the road, and that portion was never out of use to the point of abandonment. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counsel, this survey that's up there now that the homeowners put on, have you ever seen that before?
This particular survey?
Yes.
I don't believe I have.
Okay. And I understand your role here. Would you agree that the burden is on you?
In what sense? To prove...
What you're asking for, that the
Oh.
burden is on you.
Absolutely, to convince this board that an interpretation or an area variance, for sure.
Okay.
But I would respectfully submit that we have a licensed surveyor on her letterhead attesting to the fact that that portion is owned by 110 Scout Hill Road. On top of that, we have title counsel from the title company who will be insuring the property, stating that that portion is owned by 110 Scout Hill Road. And as an aside, other than land use, I do practice residential real estate transactions, and in every residential real estate transaction contract, it asks whether or not it has frontage on a town road. And if you do not have frontage on a town road, you would have a significant issue in being able to procure title insurance. So between our surveyor, who is licensed, attesting to this, and counsel for our title company, I believe that evidence is more than sufficient to show, A, ownership of that portion, and B, frontage on Scout Hill Road.
Do you have a certified survey map?
Yes, we do. It's on the pages that we showed you. That's a certified survey. But if I may, before we even look at that, the nature of this map presented to you by Mr. Carpenter was to define the limits of the property, of this property itself. He was required to show you, or show anyone on a map, the description of the property across the street from us. But he was not required to define what the neighbor owned. And so he did a correct map. He just defines his property line as shown. But our surveyor certified the property on the other side of this commonality, and he defined the area which is shown in the notch to be owned by the neighbor next door. So both surveys are correct, but each has a different goal. This goal defines that owner, that survey. This survey defines this property, and therefore he included that in his map.
And they don't
That's the difference.
contradict.
They do not contradict at all.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'll open it up to the public at this point. Anyone wish to be heard? Raise your hand or come on up. State your name and address for the record, please. Again, I want to remind everyone just to keep it to what is in front of this board currently as the zoning board, not planning issues. State your name and address for the record.
Joe Murphy, 101 Scout Hill Road.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
So I'm the other person. I'm the Murphy. My wife over here, Christine. We have a son and daughter. We've been here since 2005. I don't come with a lot of information regarding, zoning and regulations and all this stuff. I come as a parent, as a community member, simply because I've lived there for long enough to know that the road hasn't been maintained. We've maintained the road, we've salted it, I've fixed it, I've patched it. We put the money together to actually have it paved. And it's never been taken care of by anybody, which is fine, because, we found out a while back that, when we asked, Mike Simone did come and he very nicely drew with spray paint right across the road down by Kenny Perry's house, that this was a town road, town line, 2 arrows, and wrote it out nicely. So it was all spelled out, correctly for us. So at that point, we started taking care of this road, which we had done already. We realized it was our responsibility. But, beyond that, it's, we have children walking up and down this road. The high school buses and middle school buses do not come up to that area. They stop, down at Bullet Hole Road. So it's a long trip down. They're walking up and down, a lot of students walking up and down. The road isn't wide. It's it's, if we could all go, it would be wonderful. It'd be the best thing if you saw what it was like, and if you've seen all the times that I've helped pull people off the side of the road with my quad and winch, and what I've seen happen at the Jardine residence, where they couldn't get out of the house for 4 days because of the snow and the ice. And when the limousine driver at 4 o'clock in the morning went off the road because he didn't know where he was going, and he came up over the top of the hill and ended up going through the fence, things like that. I mean, there's all types of stories we could talk about here. It's not safe, but I can't come to you with all types of legal information. All I can come to you is to tell you that, all of a sudden they're trying to put a school with all these buses coming up and down the road where our children are, where we've lived, enjoying our quiet time, and now there's going to be buses coming up and down the road. And there's going to, it's crazy because, there's the view coming over the road. When you come up to the top of the road, one, you can't see anything. You cannot see anything but trees and sky. And all of a sudden there you are, now you've got another car right, coming out. That would be the Jardines or the people that are actually renting now. And it's been multiple times that's happened where if you don't drive up the road slow, if you're not paying attention, there's kids riding their bikes. My son and daughter go up and down the road. Where are they going? We're going to go through the woods now? Now let's start. I'm just confused on the whole thing. I mean, and then we had Hartshorn Paving came and did it. We all chipped in, about $9,000. We chipped in all of our money, and we had the road paved and taken care of and salted, and I've scraped and done that. I've pulled people out of, I've been down there to get people out. I've seen a lot of things happen, but all I can come and is tell you that. It's a beautiful place. It's wonderful to come and visit. It's very private, but you're talking about taking school buses up this tiny little street. I can't even, it's beyond understanding. As a teacher, I'm a physical education teacher, elementary school. My wife is a teacher. We do care about students. We do care about things, the right things. And in all honesty, it's crazy. And to me, but I don't think crazy really cuts it here. I don't know what I can say to you guys to at least support how I feel and how we feel and how all the other people feel, about safety and about keeping, exhaust fumes and buses going up and down the road. How could you say it's not changing the environment? It's crazy. You don't live where I live. You never lived there.
Please address the board.
I'm sorry, but that's all I can say. That's speaking for me. I'm not going to speak for you, but don't speak for me. Don't speak for my son, my daughter. Speak for all these other people that have paid their taxes and worked hard, and people that have.
Just
I'm
address the
sorry,
board.
but the people that have taken care of the road. And I'm a little worked up. I'm emotional. This has been very stressful to us.
I can understand that.
I don't know what else to say. I feel defeated because I come up here and it's just so, to me, it's just so, it's crazy. I don't know. I mean, that's all. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we've just all the issues with the vehicles and the plow and the repairs and all the stuff we've done and repaving and I don't, I mean, we've got surveys. You say one survey yes, one survey no. I mean, how can you say your survey's right if our survey's not right? I don't understand. I'm confused. But, there's, I don't know. I want to say there's a better place for your school, to be honest with you, than my home and the home of all the people that I've learned to love and live with. But I don't know if that's going to cut it, but that's all I have. I mean,
Okay.
I'm a father in a family. That's it.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard? Sir? State your name and address for the record, please.
John Marar, 53 Hillside View
Just
Road.
don't forget to sign in when, you can do it after you speak,
Okay.
or now.
You want us?
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
So I'd like to discuss some of the statements of the attorney for the school. One, he mentioned that the road stops, that the state describes the road as stopping well beyond the intersection with Hillside View Road, which is not the same as going to the end of the right-of-way. In an earlier meeting, they stated that Scout Hill Road was defined as being 0.43 miles long. We actually went out and walked it with, Chris Pace and I went out and walked it with a roller, and 0.43 miles is exactly where Mike Simone said the road ends. Mike Simone's statement also says, I won't dispute that the right-of-way intersects with the property. But that's not the same as Mike Simone saying the road extends to the property. So the extent of the road, as far as we believe in the community, is where all the mailboxes are, is the point where the post office won't go beyond that point, is the point where the town won't plow beyond that point. So that is, in our opinion, the end of Scout Hill Road. The rest is maintained by the neighbors, was never maintained by the town at any point in time. Another statement is they made that the end of a dead-end road, substantially like a turnaround or a cul-de-sac, which is nonsensical. The road's only 17 feet wide there. It's literally, you would have to use some kind of device to put the car sideways. You can't turn around at that point of the road. So calling that equivalent to a cul-de-sac is really, at least from a common sense perspective, nonsensical. There's no way to turn around at that point, maybe in a bicycle, but certainly not in a large vehicle. SUV could not turn around there without driving off the edge. I've submitted a letter that shows the width of the road at that point. We've measured it. My wife's actually standing there holding up a stake. I don't know if you've seen the pictures. In that letter, you can see that the road falls off dramatically. So there's 17 feet from the bedrock on the left-hand side to like an 8 or 10 foot drop on the right-hand side. 2 cars cannot pass in that location. It's not possible for any reasonable, maybe if, in fact, I should have brought it, but we have a picture of Val and Chris and Maureen are holding hands, and the 3 of them span the road from edge to edge. And so we in the community don't understand how that could be equivalent, the dead end could be equivalent to a turnaround in any common sense interpretation. And as the attorney for the school pointed out, as a statute of law, there is no equivalent turnaround to dead-end road environment. The dead-end road at the end of Hillside View Road is similar, except there actually is room for vehicles to turn around. In fact, large 18-wheelers that are carrying water for pools and stuff like that manage to turn around to that location. So, and there also is only one house off the end of that road. At least that's been the case in the last 35 years that I've lived there. And I don't know where the 4 came from, but we could look into that. So, so I think the other point I'd like to make is that we in the community have actually been very respectful of the zoning ordinances. I have neighbors that are here tonight that had pop-up pools. The inspector came by, said take them down, they took them down. We have neighbors that had chickens. The inspectors came by and said, you can't do that. They came for a variance. Nobody in the community complained about them because the chickens were not a problem for us. And so they were rightfully given a pass in following the law. This is a completely different situation. First of all, it's a huge change to the community. As you saw in the petition, just about everybody on the street has signed. There's a colored map there that shows the properties that are signed. There are a few that haven't. They're mostly places where people are actually rebuilding the houses and there's no one living there now. So we would respectfully submit that the school should have to follow the same rules and laws we've been following for 35 years, and that you guys are our protectors. You're the ones that are actually our heroes, if you might say, in the sense of making them toe the line the same way we have. We've done that for 35 years because we realize that protects us from other people doing things that are inappropriate with the properties around us. So I hope that wasn't too long-winded for you, but I was trying to smooth it out. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm Valerie Holmes. I reside at 41 Hillside View Road.
Raise your right hand, please.
Sure.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so
I
help you
do.
God.
Okay, so thank you so much for allowing us to talk tonight. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I wanted to follow up on some of the things that were said today. I'm not inherently opposed to introducing a private school into our community. However, I do have some concerns about the location where it's being put. I myself work in public education. I'm a high school teacher. Specifically, I would like to address the issue about the road frontage. But I also would like to address the issue regarding traffic to some extent. And I hope that that's within the realm, but My concern is about, and hasn't really been stated earlier, is about the students that have to walk in the roadway to get to their bus stop. I think that hasn't really been fully addressed, and I don't think that Longview School has ever addressed that, in that students of middle school and high school age have to walk up a relatively steep grade to get to the intersection with Hillside View and Scout Hill. And students are still traveling through that. My concern is that the window of time when students are walking to their bus stop coincides with the window of time when this increased level of traffic is happening. To me, that is not an acceptable risk that I want students in our community to be put into. I was also somewhat bothered by an earlier statement that only a handful of the students would be possibly driving, the students, up to 50 students attending Longview School. I did a little homework on that, and I looked at the BEDS forms from the New York State Department of Ed, and at their current numbers, well, first of all, their enrollment for K-6 is going down, and their enrollment for 7 to 12 is going up. So the number of kids that are also going to be driving at the same time, that's going to be going up. So that's something I want to consider. Okay, great. So about the frontage. I dug a little bit into the New York State Department of Transportation policy and standards for the design of entrances to state highways. And they're saying that all driveways that serve educational facilities are to be considered commercial driveways. So, and these rules were put in place to minimize the hazards for the safety of children. So a commercial driveway is a driveway serving a commercial establishment, industry, government, or educational institution. I'd like to see further evidence from Longview School that their driveway meets these demands. Like, I'm thinking about, like, okay, so there's going to be 50 feet. We're talking about, like, an additional 50 feet of variance granted. Their driveway has to be 24 feet wide. And that, like, could be, you know, like, normally you would say that giving such a variance for a home may be acceptable. But we're not talking about a variance for a home. We're talking about a variance that's going to serve up to 50 school children, right? And some of them are going to be drivers. So I have concerns about school safety in that regard. That same policy and standards for the design of entrances to state highway also makes some comments about when the driveway is very close to or shared with an adjacent property owner, that they're saying that they recommend that the applicant should provide written agreement from the adjoining property owners. I think in this case that might be a good idea. Yeah. So, okay, so the issues that I see here are that, one, we question whether 24-foot driveway on a 50-foot span of road frontage is acceptable and or a good use, considering that it's used for an educational facility. I think some of the comments earlier were that, like, oh, well, we can find some similar cases where we might make an exception or grant this variance, but were those similar cases serving school children or serving a house that's intended to be used as a school? I'd like to know if Longview School has obtained a written agreement from the two adjacent property owners as is recommended. And then has Longview School addressed the additional risk that will be posed upon pedestrians? I walk the road every day with my dogs. And have they considered the school children who walk the road every day at the same time that their buses, their teachers, and their students will be driving? I ask that you deny the request for a variance for the additional road frontage, and that, well, okay, yeah. I think our community is entirely opposed to it. I'm opposed to it. I've spoken to almost everyone in the community. It will have significant impacts, and for me, offering benefits for like one set of children by putting another set of children who are residents in the community at risk, I don't feel comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, in the back. State your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Donald Quirk. I reside at 41 Scout Hill Road.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thanks.
Okay, just wanted to address sort of quality of life and the dynamic and the character of what's going to potentially happen should the school go in on our road. And I understand that you want...
If I may.
Yes.
We're hearing the same theme and redundancies. Keep it to the point of just the
Which
variance that's in
which
front
I
of this
do
board.
realize, and I will try to
Please.
do that.
Thank you.
So when you look at a map like this, and assuming that all is correct based on what the school's attorneys have stated with regard to measurements and everything else, you kind of have to look at this also from a three-dimensional perspective and take into consideration actual elevation. This street, Scout Hill Road, for those of you who do reside on it, will be able to tell you that is a very steep incline. And more times than not, on a stormy day, there are cars, vehicles that have difficulty, great difficulty, and at times abandoned on that road, in particular outside my house very often. And I know that myself because I come to the rescue very many times. So given the fact that from this perspective, assuming this is all correct and the measurements are correct, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Okay? Given these measurements and saying that this is correct, you really have to put your eyes on the terrain itself and get a better visual as to whether or not this is viable and is it safe. I, for one, have children. They are out and up and down walking the dog on Scout Hill several times a day. And as it was mentioned very well just prior to me coming up here, the whole dynamic is going to change for us. This is a one-way, this is a dead end, really a dead end road. And the only way in and the only way out is to go down to Scout Hill and out onto Bullet Hole. So to put our children in more danger and putting the children that will be in this school at really what I consider to be a dangerous proposition, to me, it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. So again, I just ask that if it's possible to have people go out really and take a look at the terrain, look at the pitch, look at the elevation, it's significant. From Bullet Hole Road up to where the proposed school is going to be is a significant change in elevation. With that will come additional risk.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am in the back. Just, sir, write your name in print and address. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Christine Murphy. I live at 101 Scout Hill, right across from the property.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thanks.
I'll speak more to the variance issue.
Please.
Once you get past Hillside View, the road narrows from there. It's to the point where two cars can't pass at that point. Then once you get past, is it 91, Kenny? 90? Once you get past 90 Scout Hill, it narrows considerably, just enough room for one car to get up. When we get to the top of the hill, you can't see people coming out from the Jardines driveway or from my driveway. We have to back down the road if another car is coming. Really, the people at the top can't back up because there's not enough room, but the people that are driving up have to back down and pull over so that the people can come down and drive. We've been told many times by the town that that is not town road. When we first moved in, we were not told that. We didn't understand why the road wasn't being plowed. I called a number of times, and I was told, it's not town road, it's not town road. And then somebody said, well, where's your mailbox? And I said, down by 90. And they said, well, that's where the town road ends, because if it was town road, your mailbox would be in front of your house. And then another instance where Mike Simone came out and painted a line in the road to say, this is where the road ends. So we've been told many times by the town of Carmel that the road ends well before, right? And buses won't come up our part of the road either. The bus stop for the elementary school is at the corner of Hillside View and Scout Hill, and the high school bus stop and the middle school is at Bullet Hole and Scout Hill. So the kids have to walk from the very bottom of the road all the way up. And that's a very scary thing for my 2 kids who will be walking from the bottom of the road next year, where they can't see, cars coming over cannot see down. And there's no way to fix that because that's the grade of the road. That's the whole land is like that. And there's no room to make that road wider either. There's a drop-off on one side and property on the other, somebody's property where it's, very clearly theirs. So there's no way to make that road wider.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard? Sir in the back?
Good evening. My name is Raul Cruz, and I live at 71 Scout Hill Road, which is the last house on the left side before you get to these narrow street that they're talking about.
Okay, raise your right hand.
Oh,
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thanks.
So my concern is with what everyone says, and I do have 2 small children, 7 and 6, right? So I'm probably one of the newest homeowners there, and that's the last house on the left-hand side before it turns into Hillside. I definitely would not have purchased that road in 2017 if knowing that there was even a proposed school there. We bought that home, me and my wife, because we wanted that peace and quiet and just the calmness of living, there without any additional traffic. We cannot have that there. Everybody talks about the ordinance, the variance, but then it comes to the safety and also changing now my fear of different high schoolers driving past them. So now I have to go to planning board to put up a fence, like nobody takes into consideration of that. But then my house is gonna change because of that, and I cannot have that. My kids are young and small, and as it is, sometimes they don't even wanna go outside because they're afraid. So I gotta go outside with them because they don't even wanna play, because there's no fence. And there used to be trees and everything right in the road where you could hardly see from one side, but I cut that down. I don't need no privacy in the sense, because it's just a small community. So for this is a big major change, and I just plead with you to just, whatever it is, just to deny, because I would not have moved there in 2017 if knowing this would be there, because that's not what I want for my kids growing up. And, they're in elementary school now, but soon they'll be at the age where they're gonna be walking down the hill. I already have a high schooler who's walking down the hill all the way to the end. And my car has stood stranded many a times going up that, and it was just sliding. I bought new tires because I thought it was tires, but no, it's just because it's that steep. I don't know, a neighbor one time saw me and he gave me a ride because he had a Subaru, and he went up the road easy, but my car could not make it up that road. And so I'm just pleading with you as,
Okay.
having kids, and that it's definitely a big concern, and we wouldn't even be here wasting our time if it wasn't.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't, sorry, I didn't see it. Please, if you're going to keep repeating like what we're hearing, just keep it to the point of the variance that's being requested in front of the board, please. For everyone's sake here tonight, it's going to be a long night.
Yes. My name is Christian Pace. I live at 41 Hillside View Road.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
So, as I said, I'm a resident along Hillside View up around the corner. I do walk my dogs up and down that hill every day. Our issue is not with bringing a school in, as someone said before. It's not about the school, it's about the location. It's about safety of our kids going up and down, safety of Christine's kids at a point where you can't see over that the grade as it approaches that the pinnacle of that little hill here, right here. it's very steep going up, and it's kind of an approach to come at it from the other side, so cars can't see. All you're looking at is sky, and I've driven it myself several times. So it is an issue. It is a real issue for a kid coming the other way, or even a car coming the other way. You're not gonna really see, you have to approach it slow. You're talking about bringing in drivers that are not familiar with the area, forget the rest of the road, which, as you've heard, is problematic, certainly in the winter, even in the rain, coming up and down. My daughter walked that hill for years. I tried to get the buses to come up the hill to pick her up, forget it. She walked from Hillside, it was 3/4 of a mile, couldn't get that changed. Now we're gonna have a lot of other people coming up the road, not familiar with the road, and now taking the most treacherous part of the road, where there are children, and now there are gonna be even more kids coming, or more students, not students, but more other drivers coming in and out. They're talking about transits, but it's in and out, right? There's gonna be people dropping off, buses coming in and out. So buses are gonna be coming both ways, drivers are gonna be coming both ways. Some of those drivers are gonna be new drivers. Considering the stretch of the road, as I said, is an issue. As John said, we looked at what their survey said for the distance from Bullet Hole Road up to their, up to where they said their driveway begins. And I tallied up all the numbers along along the survey. Every piece, a little bit that says this section is 45 feet, this section is 190 feet, tally them all up. It exactly equals that 0.43 miles that the state, as stated by their council, says the state each year gives a road length for every road in the state, right? 0.43 miles. We estimated that out, how long that was. I took a measurement wheel, went all the way up the center of the road, all the way, it ends dead center, within like 3 or 4 inches on my wheel at where Kenny Perry's road is, where Ken Simone said, nope, road ends here, we're not maintaining it anymore. So if they want to say that, you know, the state tells us how long the road is, great. The state tells you how long the road is, and that's where it ends. And maybe, again, they're just talking about the improved road. It's important to make those distinctions. The improved road versus what may be a paper road. The town has never improved that road. That road was improved by past residents and then maintained by the current residents. And again, so important to also note then that, you know, those maintenance and improvements are not up to the town standards, right? No drainage along those roads. No, obviously, incorrect widths, what the base materials are made of, forget all that. I don't know how they constructed the road. But width-wise, certainly not enough for 2 cars to pass. And very difficult to try and expand the road with, as you've heard, the different elevations considered from one side to the other. Drop-offs, very large trees. There's 60, 70-year-old trees sitting within a foot of that road. That road was never any wider, as you've heard at prior planning board meetings, that it was 50 feet wide or some nonsense. That road has always been, whatever it is, 15, 17 feet wide. Again, bedrock on one side, very large trees on the other. That road is now what it was in 49 or 70 or 80. Let's see. Okay. I have some notes here. I'm sorry for. So in order for this project to work, it requires a great deal of planning and attention from you guys, from the planning board, because there would need to do a lot of work on that road. They would need to bring it up to whatever level. And it wouldn't just be current work, it would be ongoing work to continue to make that road sort of a town-approved road. And we just don't feel it would be a acceptable use of town. It would be a bad management on the part of the town to sort of adopt a new set of road just because somebody wants to use this now for their own new purpose. Okay, I think covered it pretty well.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you print your name and address there? All right, sir, you wanted to be heard? State your name and address for the record,
Leonardo
please.
Labella, 90 Scout Hill Road. I live directly next door. Oh,
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thanks.
I live directly next door to the Jardines property, and I'm not speaking of road frontage in front of that property, but down at the end of Scout Hill Road, where it meets Bullet Hole, you have other driveways that come onto Scout Hill Road. Now, without a traffic study being done, if all these cars are going to funnel into Bullet Hole Road, there's going to be a major backup there, and it's going to infringe on the driveways that are at the end of Bullet Hole Road, so you're infringing on their road frontage as well. And I can't see 45 vehicles backed up, sitting there waiting to turn on to make a right or left. And should they have to make a left, they're going to be sitting there for quite a while, especially at the times in the morning and in the afternoon. So not only is it a safety concern, a pollution concern, infringing on the driveways that are at the end of Scout Hill Road, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse about what everybody else is saying, because they're absolutely right. That's all I have to say.
Okay, appreciate that. Did you print your name and address, please? Sir?
Tyler Schultz, 37 Hilda Drive.
There's a loose microphone if it's more comfortable for you. Raise your right
Tyler
hand.
Schultz, 37 Hilda Drive.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. I just wanted to address what the gentleman over here was saying about how dead ends and cul-de-sacs are similar situations, so he should get his variance. People who live on cul-de-sacs say they live on cul-de-sacs. They don't say they live on dead ends. People who live on dead ends live on dead ends. They don't say they live on cul-de-sacs. One's a circle, one's a rectangular. They're very different, and I believe they should be treated different as well. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Going once?
My name is Catherine Stewart.
Speaking to the microphone, please, ma'am.
My name is Catherine Stewart. I live at 66 Scout Hill Road since June 11th, 1982.
Okay, raise your right hand, please.
Outside.
Swear to tell
I
the
do.
truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so
I
help you
do.
God. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say how really proud I am of my neighbors, most of whom I don't know. I mean, it's a very quiet area. You know, we all take care of ourselves and take care of each other. Over the years, there have been many high school kids didn't want to have to walk up, and I'd give them a lift up or a lift down. One of the things, just addressing the variance and the amount of traffic, you were discussing the traffic of the buses and of the children arriving during the day and leave. There are also, I know any school has deliveries from FedEx and UPS and all kinds of other places that are delivering. So there's a lot more traffic that's not being thought about. And also, we're talking about buses from a multiple number of districts, I assume. I don't know of the condition of their buses, and I know how we're careful with our drivers. I'd like to know that any school bus coming up the road, the drivers would also meet those kind of standards, and we'll have no control over any of that. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir? Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Frank Pace, P-A-C-E. I'm an architect representing the two owners. I live at
What's your-
46 Mosman Road, Yorktown, New York.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I'm here representing the two owners of the property at 40 Hillside View Road, Ms. Holmes and Mr. Pace. What I'd like to bring to your attention is that I do respect, and everyone here respects, the job that the zoning board has and has had in representing the community. Not just you as a board, you volunteer, and it's greatly appreciated. you have all the ammunition you need within your zoning code. Because under the very regulation for the variance that you have in front of you, 156-10F, required street frontage, no building permit shall be issued for any structure unless the lot upon which that structure is to be built has a frontage of at least 100 feet on a town, county, or state street or highway, which the street or highway shall provide safe access. Operative thing here is safe access. You heard many, many times tonight, people weren't focusing on, we don't want a school here. What they're looking for is to maintain safety. Safety for the children who are possibly using this, children and adults or any occupant who lives in the area. You have all the ammunition you need to refuse and reject this application. You have all the ammunition you need to refute any semblance of stretching the words dead end to mean at a cul-de-sac, to mean at a turnaround, to mean similar cases. They're not similar cases. What is intended by limiting frontage? Or I've been in the business for almost 15 years. And normally when someone applies a regulation and would like to seek a variance, what they look to do is a similar, if you have frontage along a street, I don't have 100 feet, I have 50. Well, I have all the other conditions everyone else has except for the 100 feet. The road is safe. Everyone uses it. You have a cul-de-sac, wide enough where they can be turned around. A turnaround where adequate space already exists for the very purpose, for public use, for turning around. There does not exist, not now, not programmed, nowhere is this provided in any semblance of their plan or in the town's plan. You must reject this because it does not comply with the very regulations you have in front of you. They have not demonstrated that they can provide, or that you as a town, that they have provided safe access. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Sir? Sir, state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Neil.
Speak to the microphone, either grab the handheld or turn that one down towards you.
My name is Neil Stewart. I live at 66 Scout Hill Road for 38 years.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me.
Thank you.
One of the things I want to mention, and there are just 3 points. About a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2 to 3 weeks ago, there was a fire. 5 fire engines went up the hill. Whatever happened, they put it out, but they had to back down. They couldn't turn around.
This was your road?
Yes. And they were in that area at the end where the two go out, the 2 roads. And there were cop cars, fire engines, and they didn't know how to get out of there. Number 1. Number 2, anytime it snows, they go up the widest part of Scout Hill, and they pile all the snow up right where that turnaround is at the end. And then you got your two roads going up. And if they do plow, they only plow a little. Number 3, this is a non-profit school. Let them live and be well, great. But if we have to expand the roads and put in lighting and so forth, where is that money coming from? The taxpayers of this town. And we will have to maintain that road and pay for it. They're not paying a dime in taxes. Think about that. All right? It is a dangerous situation. I only wish the roads were wider. But all I can say is that visually, and I've been an artist my entire life, if you guys would go up there and take a look, that would be the end of it. Thank you and good night.
Sir, sign your, print your name and address on that sign sheet, please. I see that. All right, I think we've heard enough. Okay, come on up.
Eric Cantamessa. Eric and Maureen Cantamessa, 35 Leslie Drive.
Raise your right hands, please, without the microphone. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. I lived in this town my whole life, and I'm not going to waste a lot of time here. I agree with everybody, what everybody said. I know the lot. I used to hunt that land. It doesn't look the same as it did many years ago. I see you have a topical from 49. I'd love to match it up with today, because even that driveway and everything that's there, that's all been illegally dumped and built to this point. It's way too steep. I'm sure when you guys look at the grade changes for driveways, not even for a school driveway, and the culverts and the everything that's supposed to be there, there's no way it would work. And I mean, it's the same. But I just agree with everybody.
Yep, I live on 35 Leslie Drive, right behind you guys. Lived there all my life. Been here since I was 4 years old. And I live on the same exact road you guys live on. Like, there's no room for another person to come through. And we have situations on our road, people are coming down the hill, and we got kids on our hill. And I got neighbors here tonight because there's a problem with our hill. People are almost running into each other. And we don't have a bus coming up our hill as well. Not allowed to. There is no room. In fact, we had a turnaround built. It was a must. And even then, we have a turnaround, and there's not enough room for everybody to turn around. And it's so unsafe. I have grandchildren who come up there, and right in the back of my yard touches the yard where they want to have a school. I don't want my kids going down there when there's other kids. Who knows what kind of kids that's going to be? I do believe in schools. We do have schools here. So this is a residential area, and it should stay that way. The roads were built for that. And by the way, too, I work. Everybody does work. You leave at a certain time. I already have a headache coming home because there's traffic. I can only imagine what it's going to be like coming home. And when it does snow, people are falling off our hill too, because ours is just like yours. I'm right behind you, and I'm behind you all the way. This should be denied. There is no room. There's no room, period. I don't know how they're going to make room. It's so unbelievable. I hope you guys do deny it. You guys do an excellent job. I thank you for everything, but I do hope you deny this. This is so wrong.
Okay.
And just one other thing. We keep on calling it a road from that point. It's a driveway. That's the biggest thing. I mean, I've listened to it all night long as everybody, the lawyers for the school, have called it a road. It's actually a driveway. So you want to make it a road? Now you make it a road, but it's a driveway.
Okay, thank you, folks. Did I miss anybody?
Mr. Chairman, one point, I promise that's it. No. The mob will be waiting for me. The only point that I would like to make is that I do believe there are a lot of valid concerns, and there are a lot of concerns that are properly directed to the planning board. There are discussions right now about improving the road. The safety is the issue, and we understand that. The road will be brought up to town standards. It will be done on behalf of the school themselves. This is an ongoing conversation between the project engineer and the planning board, and I thank you again for your time, and thank you.
Thank you.
No.
All right. Motion to close.
No.
Listen.
Second. No.
I didn't make the motion. Hold on. All right, this is going to be the last person, please, to speak, because we have other applicants behind this, and it's not fair to them, and we take them in the order that they're received.
I'll
So,
be 2 minutes.
please.
20 seconds.
1 minute.
20 seconds.
4 seconds. Thank you.
Go.
No, but seriously, we don't want the road increased. We don't want the road improved. There's no room to do it. It'd be a very expensive proposition. It's not something that would improve the society, the community at all. So just to be on the record, that is completely against our wishes as the entire community to change the road.
Thank you. I'm going to look for a motion to close the.
So moved.
public hearing. Second, all in favor? Thank you. All right, folks, if you're not sticking around, please usher out quickly. You can watch it home on TV, or you can call for the decision tomorrow, but please, for respect for the other applicants that we need to hear tonight, please usher out quickly and quietly. All right, next application this evening is number 4, Margaret Fasadi, also known as Affinity One, seeking an interpretation of section 156-28B, specifically that the premises is an existing dwelling, definition 1 or more rooms with provisions for living, cooking, sanitary, and sleeping facility arranged for the use of one family in a residential zone. That may convert it to multifamily definition, a building containing 3 or more dwelling units. Applicant seeks interpretation that the existing premises is an existing dwelling and that sober house is a multifamily dwelling pursuant to the definitions contained in the Carmel Town Code. Or, in the alternative, applicant seeks a use variance to permit a sober house in a residential zone. Property is located at 345 Croton Falls Road, Mahopac, New York. Is known by tax map 7612-1-19. Mr. Schilling.
Hi, Mr. Schilling.
These are like the old times when there were 27 items on the agenda. You remember that?
I do, unfortunately.
I'll be as quick as I can. This is somewhat of a complex issue, but I'll do the best I can. Application of Margaret Fasadi, who is here this evening, and her daughter, if questioned or wanting to speak, will be sworn in. Her name is Deb Fasadi. Affinity One is a co-applicant in this matter. They are the contract vendee. They are the purchaser. And in attendance tonight is Sal Loria, who is the Vice President of Business Development, and Lynn Micheletti, who is the COO. The reason we have co-applicants is because our interests are unified. We have the same common interest, the same common goals, and they're there together seeking the relief that Mr. Chairman read earlier in this proceeding. The property is 345 Croton Falls Road, and it is an R zone. And the property was formerly a horse farm, and in 1949, it became a commercial theater. From 1949 to 1969, it was a theater. And during that time, the theater developed a large complex which included 9 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms. The Playhouse was vibrant. It was a big commercial use. I even remember it from back then. It sits on 12 acres. On the property is a 2-story dwelling, a 1-story cottage, a garage, and an in-ground pool. As I said, to accommodate the theater that was there, the bedrooms were created, the 9 bedrooms and the bathrooms, all built prior to 1956, which is the enactment of your code, to accommodate the theater's needs and uses. Our requested relief, as read by the chair, is permission to create a sober house, pure and simple. We propose no structural enlargements. We only propose major improvements to the site, improvements that we'll show you as we move forward. Affinity One has 22 sites nationally. They are 24/7 supervised with 2 employees around the clock. They will involve very few automobiles because the clients there won't have them. The only automobiles will be those owned by the staff and, of course, people coming in and out. There's a person who's hired to drive the clients to all the programs and to recreation and to all those things. Now, your code makes no mention of sober house, and I don't think that's uncommon. I don't remember reading in any code them doing it, but we believe that our use and the structure meets the very definition of RMF in your code. That is, the definition of multifamily is absolutely online and on all fours with what we propose. Is there a mention in your RMF code of addicted people? There are not. Is there a mention of sober house? There's not. But when you have a single-family house and you want to convert it to RMF, you can do it if you meet 6 conditions. And all 6 conditions are met in this instance. And so we are an RMF use, and we are a permitted use, which of course has to go to the planning board for site plan approval. In the alternative, and the alternative I like better, is we seek a use variance. And when I go through the 4 criteria, I think you'll agree that we meet every one of the criteria of the use variance. In support of what we've sought and what we seek today are the affidavit of Ms. Fossati, which was submitted to you earlier, the affidavit of Ms. Micheletti, who is here with me today, a memorandum of law. We've submitted to you letters in support, or actually we'll do so now. There are 4 letters, all from Mahopac residents, requesting that this board support the application before you. Those are 7 packets of 4 letters. We've also submitted floor plans from Willie Besherat. We've submitted Mr. Besherat's affidavit about compliance with RMF. We've submitted an affidavit of a real estate agent that says this property cannot be marketed as a single-family property. And that is part of your submission as well that we've submitted to you. The facts of this are as stated previously. The property is 345 Croton Falls Road. It is in a residential zone. It is a former horse farm that converted to a commercial theater in 1949. I do also have for you 7 packages of playlists and playbills and information about the Playhouse, the Putnam Playhouse as it was known. I submitted these in my submissions to you previously, but I thought you'd be interested to see them again compiled. There's all these photos and there's 7 packages. This use was a prominent and popular use in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. During the time, to accommodate its people, they built all those bedrooms and bathrooms They were meant to accommodate actors and staff and guests. As I said, it was for 20 years a very active place within the town of Carmel and Mahopac. The use ended in '69, and from '69 to '77, the property became somewhat in disrepair, and my client purchased the property in 1977, along with her husband, Robert, who is deceased. The Fasades had 5 children, and their idea was to develop the property as a family compound, if you will, so that the children's children would all live there in the same complex, if you will. Initially, it was occupied by all the family members, but then some family members left. Mr. Fasade passed away, and they started renting not just to family members, but to cousins and friends and third parties. However, as we sit here today, there are no third-party residents. The premises are only occupied by the Fasade and the families. And it's important to note that the configuration made by the theater remains the same, with the number of bedrooms and the number of bathrooms. And that's confirmed by a Board of Health repair item, which is part of your record, in which in 2014, the Board of Health acknowledged in a repair item that there were 9 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms. So in 2014, my client started looking to market the property, and she hosted a number of realtors. Margaret Harrington, who is a realtor, signed an affidavit saying, "I've seen it, I can't market it. I can't market it as a single family. It has no characteristics consistent with a single-family house." And that is for obvious reasons. I mean, it's 16 acres or 12 acres. It's fallen into grave disrepair. The number of bathrooms, the number of bedrooms, it's simply not feasible to be sold as a single-family house. I'll mention financial problems as well. My client owes $120,000 in back taxes. My client had an unfortunate slip and fall with a tenant, and she obtained a judgment of $230,000. My client did not know and was not advised to fight it. It was gotten by default judgment. So as we sit here today, there's $350,000 of debt. There's a client that has virtually no money to repair, certainly no money to get into a position where it can sell. And again, showing it in the present state of disrepair is sort of a futile exercise. That is the plight of the Fasades, and enter in 2019 Affinity One. 22 sites nationally, well-established, well-respected. If you go online, you'll see they're top of the line for sober homes in the country and certainly on the East Coast. A very upscale company. 24/7 all the time. 2 employees all the time. No cars, no automobiles except for staff. Individualized service for people who need them. They are not a venue for the court to send problem people. That's not what this is. This is people generally needing and looking for help from their addiction. We will talk about the fact that this is a perfect setting for recovery. And Ms. Micheletti will speak to that in just a minute. But for all these reasons, we think that this is a great choice for this piece of property. Keeping in mind that if we fail, we'll come to you next month with a standard RMF. As of right now, because we're a single family looking to create a residential multifamily, we meet all the criteria, and we'll seek a simple 5 or 6 family multifamily dwelling because we're entitled by law. That would be subject to planning board approval, but that's what we would do. This is a better choice for the property. This is a better choice for the neighborhood. Less cars, more supervised, pristine condition, and better kept premises. Going to talk a lot about the neighborhood tonight, and I'm going to start with Ms. Micheletti talking about Affinity One.
Before you speak, just state your name and address for the record, but I have to swear you in.
Linda Micheletti, 6721 Northeast 20th Way, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Long way, huh? Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me. So I work for Pricem Healthcare. We own and operate Sunrise Detox Centers, the Counseling Centers, and Affinity One. We do, in fact, have 22 locations up and down the eastern seaboard, in Florida, in Georgia, in, in New Jersey, in New York, Yorktown Heights. We have a facility, a program there, as well as Massachusetts. Future projects that are already approved, we have 7 of them, including another facility in Long Island, an inpatient medical detox. I have dedicated just about over half my life to helping people that suffer from addiction. I've been working in the industry for 20 years in various capacities. I've been with this company since 2005. The company was formed in 2004. I joined shortly thereafter. All of our programs are Joint Commission accredited. We have an excellent track record in every neighborhood we enter, in every community we enter. We treat approximately 25,000 lives a year in all of our programs, and that doesn't include the families that we go out of our way to support and help because they're suffering too. The opioid epidemic has impacted this country in a terrible way, and our organization tries to enter communities in a respectful manner to neighbors, to towns, to the local municipalities, et cetera, and improve the services that are offered. We do, as mentioned, we cater to people that are in this room, family members, friends, etc. We're not a receiving facility. We have policies and procedures that support safety first and foremost before anything else. We promote recovery from addiction, not maintenance, etc. Our staff is second to none. As Chief Operating Officer, I'm on an airplane all the time, visiting all of our sites, ensuring the right culture, and ensuring that everybody is happy, not just the patients, but the employees as well. This particular site is a great use for us, or is a great location for us for our use as Affinity One. Not just because of where it is, et cetera, but because it's a large property, and it allows us to, give the individuals that would be residing there the feeling of being human and the feeling of recovery in a dignified manner. As mentioned as well, very limited cars. We're very good at what we do. We are very regimented in the sense of we follow rules, protocols, et cetera, for every brand that we have, including the Affinity One brand. So cars are limited, patient vehicles or client vehicles are limited, as well as security is very high. We go out of our way to ensure security. As I mentioned, safety multiple times. I don't want to bore you guys with my lectures on safety, which I could, but I won't. But the property and the premises is very well monitored. There are neighbors in every location we operate in. Some of our sites, even the medical detoxes, are in where people are entering in active addiction. Here, people are already have completed residential treatment. They're coming to us, 30, 45 days clean and sober.
Trying to acclimate back into
Trying to acclimate back
community
into life,
lifestyle.
and that's really what Affinity One is all about. And so part of what we plan on doing at this site, if we were approved, is to be open and honest in the community, and do our part. Like I said, any community we have a program in, we ensure that we have great relationships with police, with fire, with the neighbors, to make sure that everybody is very understanding of who we're treating, what we're doing, and if there is a problem, we see it as an opportunity to find a solution, and keep safety for everyone involved at the forefront of our minds. The improvements that we will be making to this property are quite significant, and if you were to go on our website, or any of our websites for any of our companies, we really take a lot of pride. Sal Loria takes a lot of pride in ensuring that not only are the clients coming in who are going through a lot clinically and emotionally, but they feel like they're in a place where they can actually get healthy and they're treated with respect and dignity. I think that's probably all I have. I'm happy
What
to
is the
answer any
value
questions.
that you plan to invest into the property to enhance it?
The financial value?
Yeah.
I think right now, roughly around $350,000.
So
Thank you for that.
with what's been said, I think it should be clear that the supervised nature of the applicant here, their propensity to keep the place immaculate, the benefits they give to the people who need the benefits, to me, makes this a really good choice for the neighborhood in question. On the issue of the law on use variance, there's a couple of preliminary points before I go into the criteria for use variance. Number one, we're proposing a residential use in a residential zone. We're not proposing a use that's obnoxious to the residential zone. It is residential. And number two, and just as importantly, under 15690, a multifamily can be created from a single family if you meet certain criteria, and I'll go over that in just a minute. That's pursuant to 15628. So the idea that this is a radical use variance should be vitiated in part by the fact it's residential use in a residential zone, and two, this can be very perfunctorily made to an RMF with just showing that we meet the 6 criteria. Getting into the use variance criteria, the financial hardship I think I've expressed to you, the number of bedrooms, the number of bathrooms, the inability to market the place as a single family, the financial condition of my clients where they can't fix it, they can't repair it. The debt of the title is intense, $350,000. The fact that it's fallen into such disrepair makes financial hardship and reasonable return very easy to show. I also have given you over the years cases that say if you're not doing anything detrimental to the neighborhood, the financial hardship burden is at least reduced. So I believe we've got that covered clearly. As far as unique is concerned, I think it's clear we covered that too. The background as a theater makes it unique. The large structure and the bathrooms and the bedrooms make it unique. The fact that this is not a heavily populated area, I think from my viewpoint, there are only 2 houses within 500 feet of this property. I think that makes it unique. The financial hardship of my client, I think, makes it unique. And I think based on what's been said, this is a perfect setting for someone needing a recovery help. This is another factor that I think makes this application unique. As it relates to the neighborhood, it's been said always by the courts that that is the most important criteria. And by way of contrast, this is a group of photographs showing what the property is like now. This is the cottage. This is part of the main part of the dwelling. You can see the antiquated systems that are within the house. The road is in shambles. So I'd be happy to pass that around. This is what the neighborhood has now. And by way of contrast, these are a series of photographs of what the applicant, Affinity One, does to their homes for their sites here. This is just a random group of photographs that show a lecture hall and some dining areas. This is just one site that they sent to me, but it's stereotypical of what, or it is what all of the houses consist of.
You're going to revamp the pool?
I'm sure that's in the cards, yes. And then more significant perhaps is the Victorians that they've converted in residential neighborhoods to beautiful, beautiful facilities for these young people that need recovery help.
So they've converted similar properties?
Yeah, and that's why I brought it to your attention, Mr. Chairman. When they sent me a series of pictures, a lot of them were in sort of urban or suburban sections in towns or in cities, but they have a lot of establishments and structures just like this, residences that have been converted for their use to help those in need of, I'll pass that over. You can pass it. So with regard to the neighborhood, I can't imagine anybody thinks that this, with what they're going to do, would be detrimental in any way, shape, or form to the neighborhood. In fact, this project ensures a presentable and almost a pristine site that will be well kept. The neighborhood will be benefited by this, not in any way detrimental. As far as self-creation is concerned, my client, the prior history with the theater and the problems that they're incurring now, they bought this house thinking they were going to make it a family thing. It just didn't work out. They didn't anticipate all the problems that they would incur. They don't have the money to make a different approach now. They simply don't have it. And that can be understood through the death of Mr. Fasadi and the judgments and the taxes which have burdened the title of the property. The second, I would ask you to judge the use variance application first, because I'm seeking an interpretation as well, but I don't want the sober house to go in through the side door. I want the record to reflect this is what we're trying to get. The interpretation that I'm seeking is that the code does have, pursuant to 156-28, the ability for a multifamily, a single family to be converted to a multifamily, as long as the building contains the following: at least 2,000 square feet. I don't know what the square footage of the house is, but it's a lot more than 2,000. Each dwelling must have each dwelling unit must be at least 500 square feet. We have that, and we will continue to do that. The size has to be a quarter acre, or rather half acre, 20,000 square feet. We have 12 acres. We have to provide for ample parking. That will be no problem on the 12-acre site. It has to comply with fire and building code. It will. We'll go to the planning board to ensure that. And it has to have adequate water supply. And again, that really is a planning board, but we have no problems in complying with all those things. So we meet all the requirements today as we go here for an RMF. We are a sober house. There's no mention of sober house, but the RMF criteria are all met in what we bring today. But I bring an application for a use variance because I want it known, and I want the record to show that we didn't do this underhandedly. We're seeking a sober house, and that's what I would like the record to reflect. Finally, I don't have to tell you because I know you're all aware of the epidemic proportions of what opiate addiction has done to this country. Last year, 70,000 people died of opiate addiction. 51 Putnam County residents died last year. So if we have 6 towns in our county, that's 8 or 9 children in each town who died of an opiate addiction or an opiate overdose. The 70,000 people that were killed should be compared to the 33,000 that were killed by assault weapons, by the 40,000 that were killed by automobile accidents. This is a problem that has to be addressed, and it has to be addressed everywhere. We all know people affected by addiction. We all know people who have died of addiction. This is an enormous national problem that has to be addressed everywhere, including members of zoning board and members of a community. Without getting on my soapbox, I can tell you the insurance company's solution to these things is pitiful. The 30-day stays are said to be effective 8 to 21% of the time, which means that at least 80% of the kids that get out of that 30-day program, they need help. And this is the help that they'll get here in a facility like this. And again, I'd like you to go to their website to see just how effective they are. It's documented that after the 30-day, they need more help, they need more structure, they need more program. This is what they'll get if you approve this application this evening. This is an enormous problem. We all know it. We each have to contribute to a solution. This is not a place for not my backyard, especially in a situation where their backyard will only be improved. The neighborhood would only be improved by your approving this project tonight. I know how important neighborhood is to you because the law says it has to be, and so I'm just going to revise or rather repeat the things that I'd like you to consider as you deliberate. It is the most important factor. This is an existing building falling into disrepair. It will not be enlarged. It will be well kept, it'll be improved, it'll be supervised 24/7. 0 or few cars, much less noise, much less disruption than if we created just a single 5-family structure on the site. Perfect setting for an epidemic that affects us all. Only 2 people in the immediate area within 500 feet. They will be benefited anyway. I'm not minimizing the fact that 2 neighbors are by. Their plight will be bettered, will be improved because of your approval of this tonight. We're proposing a residential use in a residential zone, and I just believe that if you take the use variance factors and please deliberate with them with the facts that I provided you and that are in front of you, you'll find in favor of this application.
That's it. You sure, Bill? All right, board members? Questions, concerns?
Just a question for Mrs. Nicoletti. There's 2 full-time employees, 24/7. These individuals are the rehabilitators, and they're trained in healthcare, or is there additional people that would be coming there from, healthcare, ambulance, nurses, doctors, or is it just those 2 people, basically?
So Well, the job title of the individuals that will staff the facility 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 24/7 is resident manager. They are CPI trained, which is crisis prevention and intervention. It's like the national gold standard for verbal de-escalation and aggression control techniques. Any employee that works for our company has to be CPI trained. So the resident managers are CPI trained. A lot of them are in school to become counselors themselves. A lot of them maybe do have a counseling credential, et cetera. We also will ensure that any client or resident of the program is actively participating in some form of therapy, whether it be intensive outpatient, partial hospitalization or day treatment, outpatient, individual therapy, psychiatric services, and we'll ensure that they get to and from those appointments in a timely manner that's not disruptive. There's a schedule that's followed. There's a phase system throughout. There will be a nurse on site twice a week to check the medication observation record. We have a whole system for storing medications and making sure that patients are self-administering medications appropriately. Medications such as antidepressants, mood stabilizers, psychotropic medications that individuals who have addiction issues oftentimes need, to stabilize their brain chemistry.
What's the maximum number of people that would be rehabilitated at once at this facility?
Somewhere between 12 and 14.
And I know we mentioned 30 days isn't typically long enough, but what is the normal stay?
In our other Affinity One sites, the average length of stay is somewhere from 60 days to 120 days, depending on how the individual is doing. We have had people stay there for longer than that, but the average is somewhere around 60 to 90 days or so. But again, just keep in mind that the individual that enters into Affinity One has already completed a medical detoxification, inpatient or residential treatment. So they're already well on their recovery journey. This is like the third phase of that journey, if you will.
No further questions. Thank you.
The floor plans that I have are the existing plans. They show kitchens and bathrooms. Is there going to be, are there individual units where they'll have kitchens and bathrooms, or is it more like a dorm where everybody goes to the cafeteria?
So we actually, thank you for bringing that up. There will be meals provided for the residents. There'll be a chef or some sort of chef, maybe is a strong word. There'll be someone to cook, et cetera. So there'll be sort of a central community eating area. And then there'll be more than likely, hopefully, 2 residents per 1 bathroom. That would be the goal of the site. Yes, please, Sal. The bathroom specs are a little above my pay grade, so.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Salvatore Loria, 21050 Bella Vista Circle, Boca Raton, Florida.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you
I
God.
do. The facilities usually, we don't want patients cooking in their rooms, so we'll have a central kitchen. We like 2 patients per 1 bathroom, so we'll set up the house in that configuration. One thing I want to say is community is what we're trying to build for our clients. We want them to go back to the world, and the only way they can do that is if they feel they belong. So the reason why we build our facilities in such high standard is they don't want to leave. They want to stay as long as possible. And it's a matter of financial also, what the insurance is going to pay, what they could afford to pay. They would stay there for a year if they could. But, sometimes 60 days, 90 days, it's enough for them to at least get back to the world.
So you guys are encouraging them to take on jobs locally, and so you're helping?
Absolutely.
Helping the
resume building is part of it, and getting back to the world is
the
definitely.
local economy.
Correct.
Per se. Without them having their own cars, how do they get to these?
We have a driver.
Okay.
Yep. back and forth to programs, back and forth to activities, movies, during the summer, we'll take them,
And that's with the
tubing,
two people
you know.
staff, or they're outside?
We'll have outside people coming in,
Okay.
or actually our own driver, so.
So typically, these are people from Putnam County?
Yeah,
that
we'll
are-
be mostly local, yes.
Mostly Putnam County?
Yep.
Okay, and how long was it on the market, from 2014 to 19?
It was on the market and then off the market and then on the market and then off the market. Never for more than a few months because it was so desperate. There was no ability to show it because of its condition.
All right, Phil?
I have no questions, but the comments I have is that we're hearing community, neighborhood, and backyard, and I would, think that we love our community, we love our neighborhood, I love my backyard, and I hope that these people do too, because I think it's well worth it in this day and age, so thank you. Nothing else?
Phil?
No question.
So?
I have a question. How do your clients, and I think you started getting at it, Ms. Laurie, but how do they pay for this?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
How do your clients pay for the services?
Our clients are either insured, commercial insurance,
Okay.
Cross Blue Shield, Cigna and all those, or
Okay.
self-pay.
Okay.
We don't
So-
take Medicare, we don't do Medicaid, we don't take state
Are you a nonprofit or are you a profit?
for-profit.
For-profit?
Yes, we are.
No further questions.
All right, anybody in the public have any input, questions, or concerns on this application? Sir?
My name is Brian Long. I live at 97 McLaughlin Drive, Mayapack, New York.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. They come up here and they ask to change a residential, well, let me just say by this. Everything we're talking about as far as treatment programs, we do need. From a personal view to other views, retired law enforcement, we do need this. We do need better locations, we do need more help, but not in a residential neighborhood. Mr. Schilling stated in the very beginning of this talk that Infinity One is a business, and that's what we're saying. We're trying to bring a business into a residential neighborhood. Make no mistakes about it. This is not a multifamily where people are going to come live there, join the community, and be there for a long period of time. These are people that are going to be there from 60 to 90 days, and then they're going to be gone. And there's going to be other people coming in from 60 to 90 days, and then they're going to be gone. As far as his use application to change from a single family to a multifamily, based on just his numbers of 12 to 14 people staying there, 2 staff, 24/7, so I assume they're residents, you're looking at over 8,000 square feet of living space required because each multifamily needs 500 square feet as based on what he said earlier. I don't see where that falls anywhere into this. Another thing to be said is we're saying this property is in terrible disrepair. I lived in the McLaughlin Acres community since 1997. I've seen this property from a great distance. You cannot see it from Croton Falls Road, didn't notice it was in disrepair or anything like that. So for them to say that they're gonna heighten the community, we haven't seen this as far as, being in disrepair. I understand that there were people living there. They had a plan for the property that didn't fall through. Now they're trying to do something else. We all understand that. There was something said that there's only 2 houses within 500 feet. Well, I received a letter from this board stating I live within 500 feet, and there is about 9 to 11 houses that I could think that are between me and this property. So I'm not sure where we got the 2 houses from. They're talking about the playhouse and how great it was. It hasn't been there since the 60s. This thing was built when nobody was looking. They put up their barns and they did extensions and they put in 9 bedrooms and they did all of that. To bring this up to a safe environment based on a disrepair and a price that was quoted of $350,000 is not just a realistic number, it's unrealistic. There is no way this property could be improved upon for that number. Septic. I don't know, as far as with the zoning board of appeals, I know you're here, basically, they're asking you to take a single-family house, make it into multifamily. Questions, septic, well water use.
Board of Health.
Board of Health, yes, I know, but it all affects yet the question we have about whether we could take this property and grant that. I know then it goes to the planning board.
Yeah, it would be under
and
their
it's out of-
purview. They wouldn't get approval without Board of Health anyway. So
Board of Health and Planning, so
there's
if we
stepping stones here.
get past this, absolutely. Like I said, they mentioned a secure location, people that need help, but yet in the same statement, we say that, well, we interact closely with the fire department, we interact closely with the police department, with other needs. If it's a safe environment, why are we going out of our way to make sure our police department knows we're here and our fire department knows we're here? There are a lot of people within Putnam County, as stated, with addiction problems. I am also retired law enforcement. I currently also work for the town of Patterson as a court officer, and I see this firsthand basis. One of the things I've learned from that is people in Putnam County should not be going to this house. People who have addiction problems and are really truly looking to cure their problems and help with their problems need to go far away. And that is any type of clinical personnel will tell you that. You don't go into your backyard when you're trying to get clean. You go far away. You go upstate. You go different locations. We go to Florida. That's where we go. We might get people from Florida up here because you're supposed to leave your familiar surroundings to get a clean start. That's why we call it safe and sober living. Like I said, they said that you received 4 letters from people. I don't know. I'm sure I know there are people in my neighborhood that really have not heard about this because even Mr. Schilling said there was only 2 people that he assumed that lived within 500 feet, but there was others. Now we just go back to basic financial common sense falls into play here. This will affect the home values of the single-family houses which this neighborhood is meant to be. You put multi-family homes or locations or businesses around single-family houses, my value of my home will go down. That's just dollars and cents. So yes, it could benefit one member of the neighborhood, which from what I hear, it's been rough on them and we all have concern for that, but it will also take away from everybody else within that neighborhood. Their home values will go down. So we need to take a real hard look at whether this is a practicality moving forward. And maybe on a townwide board and a planning board, we need to look into sober facilities. And what do we call this? Sober house?
Sober house, yeah.
Sober house, and maybe we need to plan where in the town of Carmel, where would we like to put these sober houses? I think they should be closer to public places where they have places to, like you said, work, eat. Croton Falls Road is a windy, dark road. They say they're always going to provide a driver. These people are not on lockdown. They could walk. They could, hey, I'm going to walk out. I'm going to go down the street. Then it's not a lockdown facility. People with issues and problems, we need a place for them, but in a residential neighborhood is not the place. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to be heard on this application? Sir?
My name is Frank Monaco.
There should be a handheld there if
Oh, yeah,
that doesn't
okay,
turn
thanks.
down. What's your address, Frank?
11 Gale Court, okay, we're within 500 feet of this proposed sober house.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thanks.
Sober house, I did some research on sober houses, and this is a for-profit sober house. So it's a business. It's a business that wants to locate in our community, across the street from my house, okay, which we lived in for the last 23 years. And I have 15 grandchildren. and who come to visit often and play in my front yard. I'm worried about them, okay? It's a difficult situation for the people that are there, understand, but also you got to consider, and I agree with everything that the gentleman said before me. It's a business, and you have to protect the neighborhood. And I know there's a few other houses that are in the area. Okay, so there's no cell tower being allowed in the town of Carmel, okay, on Croton Falls Road, which is also a business, okay? But if you strongly consider this, which I hope you don't, this is also a problem, okay? I think we need a cell tower more than we do a sober house on Croton Falls Road. It's my personal opinion. And it will be a very undesirable change to our neighborhood. There's no big houses in our neighborhood. Single family, yes, but there's no three families or two families living there that I know about. And the driveway and the road going up to this house, across the street from our house, is very narrow. And I'm worried about people in that house. If there's a lot of people there, 12 to 14 people could wander out, and they could get down to our neighborhood across the street. The attorney said that it would be a desirable change for the neighborhood. I disagree strongly. I think it would be very unfair to the people who lived there for 23 years and all, knowing that it was a residential area, and that you're going to make it into something that's not a residential area anymore. It's a business. And I feel bad for the people that have to go there, but I agree with the gentleman before me. They should have a location that's center of town, somewhere next to the police station or some other place that could take care of them. Croton Falls Road is a very dangerous road. There's all kinds of accidents on that road, and I'm worried about my grandkids in the area when they come to visit, especially. In addition to the traffic, and I don't have any problem with it being a multifamily. Okay, that variance is probably okay, but being a sober house, that's where I have difficulties. Anything else but that, okay, it would be fine as far as I'm concerned. Affinity One, I didn't realize that they were. I thought they were not for profit. But they're not. They're a business, as you just heard. So I strongly recommend disapproval of this variance for the sober house part, not for the multifamily part. I feel bad for the people who own that property, and also for the people that have to live in such a thing like a sober house. And I'm a retired military. I understand the problem with drugs and things like that, but I think that's a wrong location for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Anybody else wish to be heard on this application? Ma'am? State your name and
Hi.
address, please.
My name is Connie Schaefer, and I live at 15 Owen Drive.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help you God.
Hi. So, living right up the street from this home, I've watched friends, family battle addiction themselves. I have watched people go in and out of rehabs, and I have stood by a friend and watched her bury her child because of an opioid addiction. I have no problem with getting people the help they need. The problem I have is putting them where they're going. This would be down the block from my home. This is a residential neighborhood. It's a beautiful little neighborhood where our neighbors, we really do look out for each other. Croton Falls Road is a very dark, windy road at night that often I catch myself quick moving over on the road. For people who don't know the road or the neighborhood, this could be very dangerous. There's no public bus or sidewalk for people to walk on. These people who have come for recovery, who are getting a sense of freedom in their third step on recovery, still are trapped and have no freedoms, as there's nowhere to go. I brought a letter with me tonight from the owner of the McLaughlin house, the first house on McLaughlin Drive, and the house that borders this property in question. I can read it, or you can have it to read. I don't know.
Feel free to read it if it's for the record.
Okay. Attention, to the attention of the Town of Carmel Zoning Board of Appeals. I'm writing to you about the proposed rezoning for 345 Croton Falls Road in Mayapack as a sober living facility. I have my master's degree in mental health counseling, and in 2016, I have worked with many individuals in addiction recovery. Sober living facilities are a highly integral part of long-term recovery, and I am pleased to see the town considering rezoning a property for a sober living facility. However, I am writing to you today because I feel strongly that 345 Croton Falls Road should not be a sober living facility, because I do not feel it meets the criteria for a sober living facility. My husband and I grew up in Mayapack and in the areas close to Mayapack, and we are here to raise our family, as is it a beautiful town with strong family values. We found our dream home, and we have lived here since 2017. We absolutely have no plans to ever move, and I often tell my family and friends I plan to grow old here one day and die in my house. 345 Croton Falls Road is directly behind my house. I am intimately familiar with the area and the location of the property. Aside from its size, it is not suitable for a sober living facility. It is isolated and completely lacking access to public transportation and is located on a road that is dangerous to walk or bike on. You cannot get groceries from town, therapist appointments, or job interviews without a car while living at that location. Not to mention, it is a very important fact that 345 Croton Falls Road back door is a stone throws from my pool where I host boozy parties all summer long. Individuals who are newly navigating sobriety should have the ability to do so independently, to provide for themselves and to forge new relationships, and to do so in an environment that is free of temptations. 345 Croton Falls Road does not fit that bill. I, as a mental health counselor, am a proud family member and friend to many in recovery. I'm obviously not opposed to sober living facilities. However, I ask you to reconsider 345 Croton Falls Road for rezoning as a sober living facility, because it would be irresponsible to the town, to the zone, that the property is such amid amid an opioid epidemic. Thank you for your time and consideration. This is signed Kai Ring, and they live at 125 McLaughlin Drive. All right, so I'll leave this with you guys.
Thank you. John, hand it to me.
All right, thank you.
All right, anybody else wish to be heard on this application? Okay, ma'am. We'll get to you both. Come on up.
Hi, Anne Marie Burke. I'm on Owen Drive, and I too received a letter in my mailbox.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes,
so
I
help you
do.
God.
I've been living on Owen Drive, I've been living on Owen Drive for 31 years, bought the house in 1989. I know the property that you're talking about, and I feel very bad for the family that's going through this situation. However, there have been several houses in Owen Drive and also in McLaughlin Acres that have had misfortune, houses that have gone in foreclosure, so I feel very bad for you. But the house is it's in a residential area. They bought the house being a single-family home. They knew what they were getting into when they bought it, and I believe it should stay that way. This is not an area where you put a business, and what they're trying to do is I really commend the idea of trying to get some help for people. I, too, have had family members, a cousin who buried her daughter because of an overdose. So I know what we're trying to do here. But that area is not a business. It sounds like it could almost be a hotel where you have people staying long-term. I mean, if you approve this, then you could have other people saying, well, I want to put a bed and breakfast or some other kind of hotel in. The other thing I want you to consider is in McLaughlin Acres, there are a lot of houses that have issues with water. A lot of us did not know that this was happening, and I'm sure, like Brian was saying, if we get the word out, there'll be a lot more people to come and speak about the water issue that you're having in McLaughlin Acres. Now, you're talking about 14 people. That's a lot of laundry. That's a lot of cooking. There's going to be garbage. There's going to be deliveries for food. We have to take all of this into consideration. We already have enough problems with water in McLaughlin Acres. I think this is just going to add to it. Please consider this because I think it's going to be a big mistake. I don't support this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, Kelly Long, 97 McLaughlin Drive.
If I say this one more time tonight, swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. I just want to make a very quick statement. This is not a NIMBY issue. I know it sounds like it, it is not a NIMBY issue. It's very important, and it's a really good idea for our town. However, the location, I think, is what my family and my neighbors have a problem with, because it is just so isolated. McLaughlin Acres and Croton Falls Road has no public transportation. There's no bus route on Croton Falls Road. There's never going to be a bus route on Croton Falls Road. It's impossible to walk on it. The road is narrow and then falls off on each side, so it's not like you can jump out of the way if there's a car coming. It's very slippery, it's very icy. Anyone who lives in a sober living facility is trying to integrate back into the neighborhood. So they need access to healthcare, they need access to therapy, they need access to supermarkets, they need access to job interviews, they need access to jobs. There's no way that 2 people are going to be able to drive 14 people to all of these places every single day. It's just not going to happen. So I think the issue that I have is that it's not good for the location that they're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
And I
you.
feel the same way about multifamily housing, but that's another issue.
Appreciate it.
That's it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Council and applicant wish to respond to any, or answer any other questions from the public?
Just responding, I assure you.
Briefly, please.
Sorry?
Briefly.
Briefly, I understand. I assure you, if this is declined, this will be the site of a residential multifamily, 4, 5, or 6 families. So the idea that people want to keep it single family, this great big structure on the property and all the acreage, it's not going to happen. It's not a single family. It's been documented that, and you can go online, that the structures that these people build actually increase property values surrounding them, and they keep it beautifully and meticulously. Everybody says we feel sorry for the addicts, but they don't feel sorry enough to let these people come into a place that has been documented as doing great things for people in distress, that people that have addictions. The idea, someone said, well, they should go far away. Many of these people go far away. This is not a first placement. They go to inpatient, or they go to a second inpatient. This is after inpatient. So they probably have gotten away for a long time, and now it's time to get back into society. And this is the life rules that are taught at this place, matriculate them into life in general. These people aren't criminals. They're not criminals. They're diseased. They have sicknesses. The sicknesses are addressed at this place. Anybody that thinks that this won't be a better place for the neighborhood than a 6-family, multifamily ought to look at the photographs and go online. This is a perfect use. And the experts here say that they don't need urban and they don't even need suburban. They need the help that the counselors at this place can give them in the serenity of an environment like this. People say, well, where will they go? They have 12 acres, and they'll take full use of the 12 acres to do their exercise. People kept on saying, well, what about walking to town? There's transportation provided. There'll never be a time when a person can't go where they don't want to go. If you care about the problem, you've got to create solutions. This is a solution, and it's a good one. It's a good place to place this particular site. Thank you very much.
I thank you, everybody, for the comments that were just made. I just wanted to try to clarify 2 things very quickly, maybe 3 things. First thing is, yes, any industry is a business, especially healthcare. First and foremost, healthcare is a business, whether it's non-for-profit or for-profit. Like I mentioned earlier, I've spent over 20 years of my life dedicated to behavioral health care. I very rarely do this, but I'm going to do it tonight. I'm in recovery myself, over 21 years. Had I not had a place like Affinity One to Go, like Pricem Healthcare has, I wouldn't be here today. So, myself and the founders of this company that has been in business since 2004 have dedicated our lives to finding a solution to a problem. We don't want to create a bigger problem for anyone. We want to put a solution to it. And an arm of our company is a non-for-profit organization called Sunrise Cares, so we do give back. It's not just all about money, et cetera. This is really about finding a solution for various communities right now on the East Coast. Again, the driving issue, I don't think I was very clear. I should have been more clear. We have plenty of transportation. The resident managers are on the property to provide supervision and security to 14 individuals that are there, to work on themselves and integrate back into society. There's separate staff that does all the driving. And so no one would ever be in a situation where they're walking. If someone doesn't want to be there anymore, we have a policy and procedure for that. Like I said, Joint Commission is a golden seal for healthcare. All of our facilities are Joint Commission accredited. If this one were to open, it would be held to that same golden standard. There would be a lot of emphasis on safety and certainly not just for the residents and the employees, but for anyone in the surrounding area, like yourselves. And lastly, I think there was a retired police officer as well as a military. Thank you for your service, both of you. I personally go to every police department, every fire department, any municipality I can to introduce myself, what we do, why we're here, how can we help the community. It's not about the business, it's not about anything like that. There may be an issue that's out of our control. Someone has an allergic reaction, we may have to call an ambulance. It's nice for people to know who we are and what we do. I have police officers, firemen, first responders contacting me on a routine basis from 6 different states asking me for advice and help on the addiction issue. So that's why we do that. So again, thank you everyone for your time, and we really appreciate the consideration from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody, I'll look for a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion
on this
to close.
application. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Next application. Edward Binns, variation section 15615, seeking permission to retain gazebo, playhouse, attached shed and yard shed. Property is located 67 Tulip Road, Mahopac, New York. Tax map 75.16-2-46. Mr. Binns.
How are you? Good evening.
Name and address, state your name and address, which I just...
Edward Binns, 67 Tulip Road, Mahopac.
For the record, and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so
Yes,
help
I
you
do.
God. All right, go ahead.
Never been here before, so.
What are you looking to do?
I'm looking to get,
Sorry, that's all right.
I believe 4 variances
I know, I get it.
for pre-existing structures on the property that I guess the town
All right, so-
recognized that
No
needed.
worries. Here's, how long have they been here? You got the gazebo?
Early 90s, most of them. Even before that, I purchased the house from my parents, so some of it was predating that.
So your parents didn't realize you needed permits and variances?
So you didn't go through title then, Ed, when you?
Excuse me?
When you bought it from your parents, obviously you didn't go through title, because that would have been. picked
Right,
up.
we just
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
transferred.
okay.
So, I mean, what are the value of these items if you had to relocate them? What would be the cost if you had to relocate these? What would it cost you? What would be the encumbrance?
Some of them would be almost impossible. The one attached to the side of the house would probably just have to be eliminate a lot of storage on the property. The other one would just, require total dismantling and moving.
All right, you talked to all your neighbors, either side? Nobody has any issues or concerns?
No, they actually use my sheds for my tools. They appreciate their location.
Good sheds make good neighbors?
That's right. The lawnmower, the chainsaw.
I don't think there's anything too drastic. Unfortunately, there's just a lot of them, but, There's no other property you can purchase to bring them into conformance? You're landlocked on either side, right? There's no available property? All right, let's start down here. Julie?
No questions.
Sylvia?
No questions.
No question. No questions.
Quick question. Mike,
Of
is there
course.
such is there such a thing as an attached shed? There is? Okay, that's my only question. I thought it was just part of the garage.
No, if it's attached to your house, then it's a different setback than if it's a detached and it's accessory.
Okay, gotcha.
No questions.
Any input from the public on this application?
Line up, sign you up.
Motion to close. Second.
All right, second, all in favor?
Aye.
We're a little antsy.
All right.
Thank you.
We're punchy.
Number 6, Filizardo, for variation in section 15620, seeking permission to place 6-foot fence partially in front of yard. Property is located 41 Leslie Drive, Oakpack, New York, tax map 5317-1-62. Both you going to be speaking?
I could speak, but.
I'll
she-
swear
if
you
she
both
wants to
in
speak-
just in
Okay.
case.
All right.
And you're,
Christina.
okay.
Pedro
Raise your right
Filizardo,
hand.
41 Leslie Drive.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God, both of you.
I do.
Thank you. All right.
Oh, I see.
What's the situation here? You got a fence that's...
All right, so I'm on I'm on Leslie Drive. It goes up, and then to the left. So it's a dead-end street. I'm at the end of Leslie. I just go straight, and I'm the last house. And then I have a neighbor that has easement right away through my property, but it's a right of way to go to their property. So I'm really just trying to put a 6-foot fence after the easement towards which is the front of my house, but the backyard of everybody else's house. So I just want some privacy because I've just been having some issues with neighbor, and my kids go outside and play, and I just don't bother nobody. And I have been accused, the police have been at my house. It's kind of ridiculous, and sad at the same time, because I hear everybody else talking about all the wonderful, wonderful neighbors they have. And I've had 2, and I moved from Mount Vernon just to start my family in peace and quiet, and obviously it's like, but all I want is peace and quiet and privacy. That's why I'm here, for the 6-foot fence. And like I said, I'm not taking a view away from anybody. Like I said, my house is behind everybody else's, so if they wanted to, they could put a 6-foot fence, so. And that's the thing, my kids really play in the front because the back is steep. And the side, I have the septic system and a lot of deer, ticks, so I really tried to keep my kids in the front. One is 8, the other one is 5, so.
All right, so I guess this is unique, Mike, in the sense that their property has frontage is considered where they're proposing this fence?
Correct.
And theoretically, it's a side yard, but...
It's in front of
Well,
the
because
house,
it's front of
between
the
the,
house.
it's between the access point and the front door of the house.
So, and you're not going the whole length, you're just starting from this point?
Behind, so
Behind
basically,
the
I'm not
driveway.
blocking the easement right away.
Okay.
Just from that point where is really my driveway.
Yeah, even with glasses, it's hard to read, but that's the easement right there, right?
Yes, right there.
All right, and it's just gonna be 6 feet, it's gonna be this type of fencing that's in the package?
I don't know 100% yet, because obviously, but it's gonna be vinyl, I just don't know exactly what it's gonna be.
But I'm not worried
Yes,
about
yes.
color, but similar to
Something nice,
construction?
something with
Okay.
a nice face on both sides.
All right, and nothing on the opposite side of the property, right? It's just this one side?
Opposite where, front side?
On the other side now.
No, yes, I do.
Just on this one side?
Yeah, no, I'm not putting nothing on the inside, no.
All right, any questions from the board?
No questions.
No questions.
Wow.
No
questions.
That's the first time. Good, that's all I want to
Down here, you guys are good? All right, any input or questions from the public on this application?
Of course.
Hi, my name's Elaine Gilhooly. I live at 34 Leslie. This
Good
is my
evening.
husband, Tom Sexton. We probably will both speak, so I
All
guess we
right,
should
raise your
both.
right hand, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, yeah, so we are the neighbors on the side where the fence is going to go, and along 75% of the fence, we have no objection whatsoever to the 2-foot variance being granted to enable them to put in a 6-foot fence. However, along the remaining 25%, we are opposing, I would like to oppose the granting of the 2-foot variance on grounds of safety. We believe it will create a safety hazard for our 3 young children. We have a 2-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 9-year-old who frequently play in our driveway. Currently, there is 100% visibility between our driveway and our neighbours. I know there are 2 elementary age school kids also play in their driveway. So currently, there's 100% visibility between the 2.
So this is your driveway starting here?
Yes, it is. It is. So currently, there's 100% visibility. To put in a 4-foot fence, such as has been proposed, which is solid, will reduce the visibility to 0 between the 2 driveways. And then to further put a 2-foot added variance to give a 6-foot fence means kids will not only be not seen through the fence, but not seen over the fence. So on grounds of safety, we are opposing along the, I'll give you the coordinates actually, would help.
But that's the easement.
It's actually not an easement, it is a 20-foot right-of-way supported by LIBOR 509-229, which I brought with.
Okay.
And you can have that copy?
Yeah, I'm not going to submit it for the record, but we're not
Yeah,
gonna
there
sit
is
and
no
analyze it.
easement. There's been a dispute between us and our neighbours for many years. Their contention is it is an easement which ends at our driveway and does not go beyond our driveway towards theirs. We've had issues with my husband reversing out of the driveway. They say we're trespassing, etc. There's a whole slew of issues which we don't need to get into. But in actual fact, this LIBOR 509-229 supports that it is a 20-foot right-of-way which extends beyond our driveway towards the driveway at number 41. So in the picture, which I know I spoke to Mike on Monday, and Mike said he drew the highlighting along that line where, I'll give you the coordinates.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? I'm not being rude, I'm sorry. One map shows a 20-foot right-of-way. One map shows a 10-foot right-of-way. And according to Ms. Gahuli, it goes back even further than what's shown on the one that was submitted. So
Yeah,
it's
I
a
mean-
question on the surveys.
Okay, so let me, first of all, I said when I began, 75%, we have no objection. That is along, and I'll give you the coordinates per the survey for 41 that came in with the application. S03 degrees 54 dash 30 double dash east 61.84 foot. Yeah, we have no objection along there. South 15 degrees 43 dash 50 double dash east 103.91. We have no objection along there, and I do recognize that only part of that needs the variance, not the whole thing. Where we have the issue is the 25% of their proposed fence that's going in, 25% of the length, along S59 degrees 24 dash 20 double dash east 58.49. As you can see with the area that Mike highlighted, it does meet with an easement. That area where it meets has never been staked out. We did have a link, can I have some water? I'm sorry, I've been here so long, my mic is,
I know the feeling.
yeah.
See this right here? The subdivision plat shows there's a 20-foot easement.
I didn't think it would be this long, but anyway, you know.
The other way.
What was I saying? Oh, so we had Link Land Surveyors of Clark Place come out and map along that where they have written the 10-foot wide easement, south 13 degrees, 21 dash 30 double dash east 110.15 feet. So Link Land staked that out with markers. They also staked out S 59 degrees, 24 dash, you know, that one there, the 58.49 feet one. So that has been physically staked out on that side where it's a solid black line where you can see is the property line. We actually came 10 foot back from that property line, or 10 inches back from the property line when we put a fence in.
All right, so the bottom line is you have no, your only concern is this first piece closest to your driveway entering.
Yes.
So you do
Where our
know they
children
can
play.
put a 4-foot fence there.
We have
on
no
that property
objection to the type of fence and to it being 4 foot.
So-
Our objection along that length is to granting the 2 foot
All right,
variance to make it 6
In
foot.
the nature of you know, negotiation and talking it out here, are you guys willing to do that? Just keep this a 4-foot fence for that section?
Honestly, I don't want to get into it, because I know it's a long night, but I have video, I have pictures. The reason why that's actually the section that I want higher, because he freaks out my way, because he'll sit there,
They literally.
All right, we're not gonna get into personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not a microphone.
I'll get on there and I'll.
All right,
No,
I
never.
just wanted to see if that was gonna be.
So it's a hard no.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, you know, there have been 5 police-related incidences between our two homes since October of 2019.
Okay.
Prior to that, we had never had an incident where it involved the police in the 12 years that we'd lived there, whereas our neighbours have had many, many, many with the other neighbours. So we could
All right,
both
so
get into
your
throwing
biggest adversity is because of sight issues?
safety for our children. We have a 2-year-old.
Okay.
Anyone knows a 2-year-old, their ball rolls into the
But
thing,
there's
they're
a
going to run,
fence,
they're not going
if
to be
there's a
seen.
fence on their property.
No, it's
How-
not. There's a 20-foot right-of-way that begins where Leslie Forks. It's covered by this
But
library.
they can't put a fence on if it's not their property.
Well, that's why we're asking them to.
Right.
Survey, so they know where the fence has to be.
Right.
Done by
Yep.
a reputable survey.
Yeah, we don't have a problem along the 75% of the fence, as I pointed out. But this 25% where, it's going to block our children, there's going to be a 4-foot fence that you can't see through. So visibility is down to 0, on top of which you're then proposing to make it a 6-foot fence that you can't be seen over. I would like to address, there are
But
2 main
visibility to see into their property?
No, I don't want to see. They have cameras that point to our property. That's why he says he has video recording. He's recording my husband driving out of, or reversing out of our driveway.
So,
No,
hold
it is
on.
not. It is not. It's not. It's not.
It's all about our children riding their bicycles, riding their scooters, or even their children chasing a ball.
Okay.
And we can't see them, and we come out of our driveway.
We're not going to get
But-
into legal
No, but let
discussions here.
me
so-
just say this. We're opposing it where we are because all of the traffic that goes, the vehicles that go to number 41 pass by our driveway where our children play. Every vehicle that leaves their home passes by our driveway where our children play. We are the first driveway. When we leave our home, we go left, we leave Leslie Drive, we don't go near their home. None of the vehicles leaving our driveway goes near their home. So that's one thing, the flow of traffic. The flow of traffic is past our driveway to their home and back. The second thing is the volume of traffic. They have a rental apartment in their basement, so they have a tenant there. They have Mrs. Filizardo's parents routinely live there for days on end. So, and they each have their own car, which me and my husband have our own car, but we don't have the additional volume of traffic. They have many deliveries from FedEx and UPS. The volume of traffic alone and the fact that each of those vehicles passes by our home every time going and coming, our children are the ones going to be impacted, not their children.
Okay.
Our traffic doesn't go to their driveway.
The bottom line is, Mike, they can't put a fence if it's not their property, right?
That's
So
correct, or in the
you've
right-of-way.
confirmed that
Or
what
in the
they're
right-of-way.
proposing, you've confirmed where they're proposing to put this fence is not?
Based on the survey that's submitted, which
Yeah.
they're claiming is incorrect, and it is
Yeah.
certified, it's stamped, but that's the problem. That's what
Their
they're,
survey is certified and stamped?
Yes.
And theirs is as well?
Their survey, sorry, I'll hold on. Their survey was done by Culhanick and Plan, who had their license revoked in June of 2017, and still Stephen Culhanick also had his personal surveyor's license revoked in 2017.
Okay.
So
But the answer is
that's
yes.
the survey that,
What do you do here? You gotta dispute it? You can't, because the floor is theirs right now. And you'd have to be on the microphone for the record and all that stuff, so respect that, please. Greg, what do we do here? It's a dispute between two surveys.
Yeah, survey disputes are not overly uncommon. And if you have two surveys that have a conflict in terms of the data on them, then you either have to make a determination as to whether one's more credible than the other, or disregard them both, okay?
We only have one
You
survey.
can't order them to get a third survey to resolve whatever the issue is. And if the surveyor of the group lost their license, that may be the case that the Department of Education revoked the license, but it might not have been for anything they were doing in the course of actual performing the duties with respect to that.
Can
If
I
I-
just,
if
That
I
survey.
Can I just say
There's
something?
no way to know.
if I could make one point, if you look at the survey that was submitted with the application, where it says the 10-foot easement, it refers to map, where is it? It refers to map 17, it says as per map. And if you look at the legend at the bottom right, it says it is map 1781. We have map 1781 with us. It was a subdivision map for Richard Jennings, because the property that number 41 is on was originally part of a double property, and I guess they split it, and theirs is Lot B. This map 1781, we can lay it out here. It also refers to a 10-foot easement, and it references LIBOR 509-229.
Okay, I'm not going to get into
Yeah.
a match
So
between
both- so
two
both-
surveyors here,
both
and
refer
we're not
to the
going to
same
bring the
legal
town
document.
down that rat hole, too. So I'm going to propose that if the applicant in front of us wants to put a fence on his property, make sure it's on your property and not in or near an easement. So you're going to have to propose a different location, in my opinion, and I'm just one of 7 opinions up here, but I think that's the only way to get this factual, so there's no dispute between surveys. And there's no way for this board or the town to determine that. It's almost like it would have to be a legal fight, personal
John?
personal litigation,
Yeah.
personally,
John?
so.
When I was out there, I found it difficult to see around that turn. I could see why that 6-foot fence on that one section could make it difficult to see to someone coming out.
Yeah,
I wanted to
I can
almost
appreciate,
propose
respect
that one section to be a little lower, because it is tough to see. You know, you don't want somebody coming out and a
Yeah.
kid not
Or even
seeing.
T-bone
It
in
was
a
a little
car.
tough, that one section.
Okay.
Thank you
So-
for your time.
Yeah, thank you, folks. Anybody else in the public want to come up and be heard, just to respond? No, you're the applicant.
Oh, right. Well, she was, he wasn't.
Okay, so we're not arguing the easement at all. They're talking about apples and oranges because they're talking about 10-foot wide or 20-foot wide. I'm not arguing that. The length of the easement is still the same no matter where you look. On their easement, we're not arguing that. I know it's 20 feet. Ours says 10 because the map, if you look at 529, the easement right away, it says it only gives you measurement from one side, so it's 10 foot on one side, 10 foot on the other side, equals 20. I'm not arguing that. The length of it is still the same. It doesn't change. If you look on their easement or my easement, it's 110 feet, whatever. But either way, I'm gonna get a surveyor out there before I put the fence. And just to make a point, the only reason, honestly, like, I know you can't see, but I could turn around and put shrubs if I really wanted. But that's not the point. Honestly, the reason I want to do it is because, to be honest with you, they drag their garbage from the tip of their driveway, okay? Because my property comes into a corner, I have pictures. They drag their garbage 60 feet to put it as close as possible to where my kids play in the front yard. And it stinks. They do it on purpose, and I just want peace.
Okay.
Do you have
That's
a
why I moved up
picture
here.
of that front section?
Yes, I have a lot.
That very front, that front section? Do you have a picture of it?
I'm going to give you an aerial view of what the home looks like and how far.
Could you guys talk on mic, just
Yeah,
because?
you gotta stay in, because it's being recorded.
Just, somebody grab this, there should
Grab
be
the
one
mobile mic
handheld
if you
there.
want to.
There you go.
That's just, this is our house here. Their garbages technically are supposed to be here at the end of their driveway. However, they dragged it all the way to the front of our home on their side of their property. So they do this intentionally, okay? That's not the only stuff that I have. I have numerous of photos of them standing there. Both garbages are now being placed right in the front. The husband standing there staring into our windows.
We have videos if you want.
We have videos. The
If you
wife
want.
as
All right,
well.
You know, this is becoming like
I know.
Judge
It- it
Wapner
But this is
civil
why,
affair.
well, this is
I-
why we want the
I-
6-foot
right.
fence for
So we're here
privacy
just-
reasons, because my children play out there as
Okay.
well.
You've got
They
your
do
reasons.
drive onto our
We're
property.
hearing it, and I'm hearing this, it's a two-way street is what it's sounding like. So I'm not gonna sit here and judge between two families.
Right.
We're here to just judge on the fence and the variance that you're looking for. So
5 criteria.
I made a recommendation to make sure you put this fence on your property
No,
where you're sure it's on your property and not in disputable territory.
And a
Right, I would never
4-foot
do
fence would cover the garbage.
Excuse me?
A 4-foot fence would block the garbage.
Yeah, but I don't want somebody, my kids
I
playing.
understand.
onto our
Okay,
property.
well, you could put the 4-foot fence, and then you could plant shrubs to take up the difference that you're able to do without a variance, either way. So
Correct.
there's compromise, and I
Correct.
think that's the right compromise.
Correct.
So go with a 4-foot where you can, on your property, 6-foot from that point on that they're in agreement with, and plant shrubs for the balance.
Also, another point, like our kids play in our driveway, their kids play in their driveway, that point on, when we pull out, I always stop, it's courtesy. Nobody, you don't come flying out of your driveway. You come out of your house, you don't come flying, you look. We all do. So it's just an excuse, honestly. I would prefer just to put a fence so everything just matches. But I'll put the shrubs, I mean, whatever. I just want peace, but I know if I put the shrubs, it's gonna take time for them to cover. And he sits there and just,
You could plant
you know.
6-foot shrubs, you could plant 8-foot shrubs.
You
So it
can,
depends on what
but-
you can afford, but
No, I know you could plant them.
if you're
but-
gonna put a fence, you can afford a shrub.
No, absolutely.
A 6-foot shrub.
No, I have no
So-
problem with that.
So what you're stating is basically that section right there close to their driveway, 4-foot fence and 6 feet.
Then you do it.
Right,
Now, how big of a section
this
could
is
I
the
do?
one that's 4 feet.
Because they're saying, I mean, how much is enough? 10 feet? 10 feet in the beginning is enough?
The first leg of what you're showing on your survey.
If you look at the survey, the first section
The
here.
bottom.
If
So
you
that whole
put,
first section going up?
you could put 4 feet there.
Well, I won't even put a
You
fence
won't
then.
need a variance.
Correct.
And then you could put the shrubs up as well.
Okay. All right,
Or,
so,
or if you don't want to put the fence, you put the shrubs too.
But make sure it's not on the easement, that's all.
correct.
So the easement comes 110
That's fine.
feet.
Just make sure it's not on it, because that would be the contention that the
All right,
board
Thank you
can't
so
go.
much for your time.
Thank you. Sound good, sound good?
So do you-
Anyone,
do you want-
anybody else wish to be heard on this application?
Hold on, you still want the fence on the rest of it though, right? Okay, that's fine.
I'd like to put one last clarification.
And get 250.
So you're saying that along the first section, it would just be a 4-foot fence, and beyond that, the 6-foot is fine?
From the first
The
bottom
first-
part
right.
of the property, they can put a 4-foot fence.
Right.
As long as it's not on the easement, it's on their property, or they can put shrubs or both.
Okay,
And then from that second point on, they're looking for a 6-foot fence.
right, okay. So when this is written, can it be written that we expect our neighbors not to intrude on our property or otherwise interfere with the right-of-way as outlined in LIBOR 509-229?
No.
We can't get
Not
that.
saying that.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
A motion to close the public hearing on this application.
Motion to close.
So moved.
Second,
So moved.
all in favor?
All
Aye.
in favor? Aye.
Oh, we still got 2 more.
One more.
7, Burke. James Leonard Burke, for variation of section 15615, seeking permission to add existing deck. The property is located at 2 Ridge Court, Carmel, New York, tax map 54.8-1-72.
James Burke, 2 Ridge Court, Carmel, New York, and I
Swear to tell the
I'll
truth, the whole truth,
whole
nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Sorry for the long evening.
No, that's
You've
correct.
been very patient.
What about the
Bring us through,
person
we can look at
after
the
them?
deck is existing?
The deck is, has already been installed, and if you look at the map and the survey, the one corner of the deck, the far end, encroaches, it's 2.5 feet too close to the property line.
Right, so you
By
didn't-
the house, you have plenty of room, but as the deck goes back, that one little corner encroaches, you know. Yeah, it's like a little triangle.
It's because of the lot line.
Yeah.
So you didn't realize you needed a permit for this?
Well, that's why I just wanted to get this and permit, and
What's the reason why it's coming up? Selling the house?
no, none,
Or just cleaning up?
cleaning up.
There's no property you can buy to bring it into conformance?
No, my neighbor's not gonna sell me my 2.5 feet.
That's not very extreme variance that you're looking for, so, how long has it been there for?
Deck has been installed, yeah, I'd say 1995.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, that's an oldie. All right, board members, Julie?
Nothing.
No question.
No questions, thank you.
I like that, Sil, Bill, Phil. All right, any,
You gotta change your name.
He's got a little
You gotta say
punchy.
Jill.
any input from the public on this application?
Thank
Look for a
God.
motion to close the hearing.
So
Motion to
moved.
close.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is
All
bad
right,
tonight.
last one finally tonight, number 8, Thomas Lotz. Variation 15647, seeking permission to expand pre-existing use 2 houses on 1 lot. Property is located at 8 Nashua Road, Carmel, New York, tax map 53.1-10.
So
Mr.
expand.
Representing is Mr. Besharat.
I'm representing the owners on this
Name and
matter.
address for the record.
William Besharat, 266 Sheer Hill Road, Mayapack, New York.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And that's the last one tonight.
You don't think, no, that may not be true.
All right, bring
That
us
may
through
not
it.
be true.
Bring us through it. What's going on here, Lord?
This is actually a house, I think one of the last houses in Carmel, near Putnam Valley, all the way up off of Peekskill Hollow Road. The house as it exists is one of the quite a few of those houses that has a very long piece of property, and in the past, some of them have 2 and 3 families. And this house happens to have 2 houses on it, habitable, and one is rented and the other one is owner-occupied. The owner-occupied piece of property is small, they have a couple of kids, and they're looking to enlarge just the living space, not a number of bedrooms. One of the bedrooms being enlarged, it's a small tiny bedroom, maybe making it a little bit larger, and make the living space. The addition will comply with the setback requirement, et cetera, et cetera. The only addition is the Town of Carmel Code, Section 156-47A.1 indicates that any alteration to pre-existing non-conforming requires a variance. This is not any area variance per se, because we're not enforcing on setback. We are set far away from everything. The property is well-maintained, and the property is similar to other properties in the neighborhood that has multi-buildings on them. The property, like I said, as it exists, we're not within setbacks, what have you, so the purchasing additional properties will not solve the issue.
Multi-residential buildings?
Say that again?
Other properties have multi-residential buildings?
Yes, there's a couple of properties that has more than one family on it in the neighborhood. I think some of them maybe even in Putnam Valley, because it's right at the border.
It's on the border.
As a matter of fact, you get across from the road, you get onto Putnam Valley first, and then you get on their property. It doesn't front on, on the road frontage, so Nashua is, you go from Putnam Valley into Carmel.
I got you.
Like I said, there's no property available for us to purchase to make this variance go away. Even if there is, it's not a matter of setbacks that we come into close to the property line. The scenario that we are asking for the variance for, is the property is in conformity, it's not changing the use, not altering the use, it's going to remain as residential, and the property is large enough to accommodate 2 homes, by the way.
And you're expanding one?
One residence, which is the property is also owner-occupied. One house is the owner's living in there, and that's the one we are expanded, and the one who the owner lives in.
So they're expanding a non-conforming use.
How long have they both been on this property?
I don't know exactly the date, but they've been there for a long time.
If it's
I know
non-conforming, it has to be.
he was.
If it's not conforming, it has to be a long time.
He was talking about being in the neighborhood for at least 15 years already. But I don't know the exact dates when they purchased the property. I think it's on the application.
Mike, is this something you guys research when this application comes through, to see how long the houses have been there? Or do you know that?
Or the house itself, I'm sorry, I thought the.
No, the house.
The house is.
2 or 3 years. Pre-55.
No, more like 50, 60 years.
Okay,
It's
so
a very,
pre-
very
whole
old
pre-existing
home.
Pre-existing non-conforming,
Pre-existing non-conforming,
which is
yeah,
why,
I know.
it's that section of the code, because it's the expansion of a non-conforming use.
Right.
It can't be,
You can't-
it can't be expanded
Unless it gets a
dimensionally
variance. Right.
without the variance.
Right.
So it's use variance standards.
Okay. John, any
No
questions?
questions.
No
Rose?
questions.
No questions, thank you.
No question. Nothing.
Any input from the public on this application?
Michael Plastini, 4 Nashua Road. Yes, I tell the truth, I promise.
Tell the truth, nothing but the
I'm
truth.
just curious, I want to see what these drawings look like. My house is like, my property line is right there with it. They have a right-of-way on my driveway to get to their property. I don't know if I can.
You show.
We'll show them to you.
Just, I'm not objecting per se.
No
I
worries.
just, I want to know.
No problem.
Take your time.
Well, you got frontage?
I have.
That is correct.
I meant for an elevation.
Never late till 12 a.m. and ever that is early.
You need a microphone if you're going to speak.
Grab the mobile microphone.
Microphone.
This is his house.
Turn the mic this way. Only somebody.
I'm sorry, thank you. This is my first time here, guys, sorry. So this is easement over, that is correct. My house starts first, then you continue further up. The owner-occupied house, if you're going up the driveway, is the house on the right. The one he rents is the house on the left. I just want to understand what type of improvement he's
I
doing on
have
his
over
property
here, this is the house, and this is the addition going just to this one over here.
So
No, the driveway comes this way, it's on the right, this is the existing house, that's the owner.
he's building out to the right-hand side.
To the right-hand
is that
side,
correct?
correct, yes.
So the property line, like his house is on an angle, so let's just say this is the property line. His house is like that. So if he's building his house, he's encroaching on my property line. So I don't know what the laws are, how close they have to be.
Okay, Willie, are you going beyond the footprint of what's there now on
He's not
on the
going to
house?
setbacks, right?
Yes, we enlarged the footprint of the house, but we are staying within the required setbacks and more. We are 43.9.
So he doesn't need an area variance because
I'm
he's
not-
staying within the setback of what he's
I'm
allowed
not
to.
encroaching on the setbacks.
Fence line's probably your property line.
That is correct, that is
He's
correct.
more than 40 feet away from there.
25 feet's required.
Oh, I'm sorry.
25.
And we have 43.
It's
and
just
we
required.
have, 41.
Okay. So he's
A
well.
little clarity, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
In regards to construction, I mean, I have a young child at home, 18 months. Does this have to be, I mean, I'm in commercial construction in Manhattan. Does this work has to be done overnight? Is it evening work? Is it daytime work?
The code doesn't allow
Construction trucks?
It needs to be 8 to 8. If it's outside of that, let me know.
It needs to be what?
8 in the morning till 8 at night.
8 to 8 is the requirement.
Except for, I mean, if they're
Building
painting,
rules and regs, that's what we call them.
if they're painting or doing something quiet, it's a noise ordinance, so
Again, I'm an
obviously.
engineer.
Your son
I
will
don't-
probably-
I assure you,
I
the
don't
work
want
will
to stop
take
it.
care
I
of
just want
it.
to-
It's only during daylight, there will be no work done in the evening or.
Okay, that's all I, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
All right, any input from, further input from the public on this application? Look for motion to close. the
Motion
hearing.
closed. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna take a short recess and reconvene. Yes. So stick around, or you can go back and watch it on TV, or call in the morning.
58.
Yeah, right.
49.
Jesus.
First, 58.
Where do you live?
Going
Agenda?
I have like two of them. Do you need one?
Which survey?
Is it versus 68?
It's climate.
Whatever it is. 49.
What number was that?
That's how it would be.
No, I don't think that's. Let's ask Michael.
Is this summarized yet?
I don't know.
It's on 6.
6.
Is this an idea commercial?
Here.
Start the car.
No, here you go.
On the microphone?
Yeah. Did he just give us thumbs up? Or is he gonna talk over the speakers again?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Rose has got it. Yeah. Rose got it.
All right, welcome back to the Town of Carmel Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. At this point, there's no input from the public on any application as we adjudicate. So I'll look for a motion on holdover application number 1, Viskovich.
Motion to grant with the conditions that 6-foot evergreen screening should go around the porta-john, and the culvert pipe should be completely exposed, do not cover.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have roll call vote? Are you for the motion or against the motion?
For the motion.
For the motion?
For the motion. For the motion?
For the motion?
For the motion.
No, I'm for the motion as well, so it carries. Number 2, Perricone, look for a motion.
I'll jump up at once.
Motion.
So we'll make a motion for discussion purposes.
Motion
to deny.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote. John, you for the motion or against the motion?
I'm against the motion.
It's a motion to deny.
Motion to deny. I'm against the motion.
Rose?
For the motion.
For the motion.
Bill?
For the motion? For the motion.
For the motion.
And I'm for the motion too. So it dies. Jardine, we'll look for a motion on the interpretation.
I'll make a motion to deny the interpretation that that dead end is a cul-de-sac.
Or like.
Or like. Thank you. Let me read it again. I will make a motion to deny that the cul-de-sac, it is not an instance of a cul-de-sac, turnaround, or similar case.
All right, do I have a second on that?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and as far as the variance,
On the variance, you have your statutory
Yeah.
period, so I'm going to provide you with an opinion letter on the conflicts between the surveys and the proposed, the alleged frontage, and the termination of the town's right-of-way or the improved areas. So you have the full 62 days. You'll have at least one meeting, maybe two, before you'd have to make a determination. I'll look at the submissions, and I'll have you something in a couple weeks in advance of the next meeting, and then if you want to act on it, then you can entertain a motion.
so we're taking no action on this applicant tonight.
Okay.
Number 4, for new applications, Fasadi, we'll look for a motion.
Motion to grant the use variance.
Do I have a second?
For discussion, I guess.
For discussion?
Second.
Okay. Discussion.
Council's submission, I believe, proved all the 4 requirements for a use variance and capable of earnings and a reasonable return if used, and there was financial showing. The property is affected by unique or at least highly uncommon circumstances. I think that was shown by a number of different matters that were mentioned by council. 3, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. It will not, and it's not self-created. I think this is something that is needed. I think this is something that the town would be proud to have, and I think the variance is the proper thing here.
I disagree. The problem here is to me, the combination of both. the applicant has her own situation there with her property. Affinity One is a separate and distinct business, and thus would probably need a use variance to me for commercial, not an interpretation of this being multifamily. I read this as a business, not as a multifamily, so I am not feeling that same situation.
I'm also against that motion. I do feel for a use variance that it will alter the essential character of that neighborhood, as it was stated by many of the neighbors in this room that came out.
I agree with that. I think it's a commercial business in a residential area.
Julie, any comments, questions?
Roll call vote?
Okay, roll call vote. Julie, you for the motion or against it?
For.
Against.
Against.
For.
Against.
Against.
And I'm abstaining. So the
Motion
motion for
fails.
the, well, that's for the interpretation, I'm sorry, that was for the
That was for the variance.
Variance.
Goes away.
Okay.
Greg, do we talk about the interpretation now at this point?
Yes.
I think what the applicant's counsel asked you to decide on the variance first. Since it didn't carry, then you can decide on the interpretation. Obviously, if they had the variance, they wouldn't need it.
I'm sorry, say again?
If they had the variance granted, they wouldn't need the interpretation, correct? But the variance, the motion to grant did not carry, so the next thing before you on this application is the request for the interpretation.
Okay.
So-
So I have interpretation.
Motion to approve the interpretation that the premises is an existing dwelling and a multifamily, right?
And can be converted to a multifamily, I believe is what it says, but give me a
And
second.
I see that now, and can be converted to a multifamily.
An existing dwelling, definition, one or more rooms, blah, 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 that may be converted to a multifamily. Under the section 15628B.
But there's a second part to that, Mike, where it says applicant seeks the interpretation that existing premises is an existing dwelling and that a sober house is a multifamily dwelling pursuant to the definitions in the code.
Agreed, I just,
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure.
As stated.
Okay, do I have a second to that?
Second for discussion.
Okay.
For the same reasons stated before in my earlier motion, I believe that the interpretation fits and is proper.
For the same reasons, I think it's not. Specifically because they're not collecting rent. They're collecting a business transaction to provide services. And to me, that again is not a multifamily use, that is a business use.
Okay, any other questions, arguments?
Well, when you say multifamily dwelling, it usually means that there has to be bathroom facilities and a kitchen, and there's not a kitchen in every unit. There's not individual units. It's just one kitchen for everyone. It's
Well,
not
that-
like it's apartment buildings.
That was when they were looking for the variance for that type of housing. Now you have to consider multifamily, which could be multiple kitchens.
Which has to be.
has to be.
Has to be multiple.
Must be.
That's what
A
I'm
dwelling
saying.
unit has to have eating, sleeping, and sanitary.
Right.
So I don't have a problem with the multifamily, I have a problem with the
Use as a
sober
sober
house.
house.
Correct.
Under the multifamily, I think
Correct.
is what.
That's where I'm,
So a residential five-family house that Bill was talking about would be fine. It's just the problem is you can't have a business.
Correct.
in
They would
there.
still
Run a
need,
business out of a residential.
and they would still need a variance because our code, while it is allowed in the words, isn't allowed in the schedule of district regulations, correct? So, I mean, it still would
Still needs a
have to
variance.
make that step for the use variance to allow that.
To allow
Correct. You need the
five-family.
interpretation first, though, to be able to go for that.
So we are interpreting that this is a multifamily.
And to be used as a sober house. It
As an
goes on
existing
further.
dwelling in
That's
right.
what's on the application.
Right.
Correct.
So you either interpret it to be that including a sober house, or as a multifamily without being a sober house.
Yes. So it would have to be presented.
It's only based
that
on the
way.
motion that they're, or the interpretation that they're seeking, as listed here, correct? Greg, so we have to either deny or,
You can't condition an interpretation.
That's correct.
Right.
I think Phil made the motion for the interpretation as requested by the applicant.
Right.
I didn't know if you got a second or not.
so John, I'm trying to make that clear to all the board members. It's based on what the application is.
It's not just a multifamily house, it's a multifamily house for solar house.
Correct.
Yep. Only.
Correct. All right, so any further discussion? Roll call. John?
I'm against that motion.
Rose?
Against the motion.
For?
Against?
And I'm abstaining. So it's 4 against, it dies.
Yep.
Okay. Number 5, Ed Binns. Do
Motion to grant.
we have a second?
Second.
No discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Number 6, Felizardo.
Motion to grant with the condition that the first 58.49 feet must be 4 feet high. The remainder can go up to 6 feet.
Second.
And it
Has
was
to be on their property.
Nope.
Oh, and it
Nope,
has-
that's in the code.
That's a given.
That's the given, and I did say that, but we were,
Okay.
All right, second.
Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
And number 7, Burke. Do I have a motion?
Motion to grant.
Motion made by Phil, seconded by Silvio. Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
And finally, number 8, lots. Do I have a motion?
Motion to grant?
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Say granted.
Minutes.
All right, minutes from 8/22/19. Do I have a motion to accept minutes from that date?
Motion to accept.
With the conditions that with the changes that I had sent in
You said changes to?
to Dawn,
Dawn?
minor stuff.
I didn't see.
Should we hold it
I was
then?
gonna say in the future, make sure
Send
you
it to you.
copy everybody, so they,
Okay. Yeah, it was
okay?
just,
Do I have a second on
Second.
that?
I
All in
second.
favor?
Aye.
And minutes from
Oh,
January
yeah.
23rd?
Julie has to abstain for August, because she wasn't here. She wasn't on the board yet.
Okay. So Julie's abstained from August.
I wasn't here last month.
And that was me too, John.
Okay, so
Then you two.
January 23rd, do I have a motion? to accept
Motion,
the minutes?
motion to accept.
Do I have a
Second.
Silvio, any changes?
No.
All right, all accepted?
All in favor?
All in favor, Ken? Aye.
All right, thank you.
All right, everybody.
Carmel, New
We
York.
just
Have a
made
good
it
night.
under the day.